You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright, The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Braves Country, how the hell are you? Hope you're having a great Saturday afternoon. And saw a couple of folks put it in the chat. If you haven't already seen, the news is looks like Max Scherzer is heading to the Texas Rangers. Underdog is reporting that not only has the trade been offered, but that he has lifted his no trade clause. So with that being said, the only thing that is left to do is apparently they have to work out the money. So basically what that means, he's owed a lot of money, and we'll see how much the Mets are willing to pay to get him out of town. And obviously the Mets are flailing, but if you missed it, this is probably why he was sent a packing this quick.
That there's time, that if the front office keeps you guys together, that there's still a run to be made?
Probably gotta have a conversation with the front office. I mean, you're trading our closer away. I'm sure a bunch of people are gonna have to have conversations with the front office.
So when you hear that, you hear what kind of a jerk he's always been, the way he's always been. Everyone has always acted like that Max Scherzer is some saint, and it seems like that the media is always on his side. He's always been a jerk. And it's one of the reasons why it made me very nervous when he was in charge of the negotiations during the lockout back in 21, because, well, you see what kind of hard-headed jackleg that you're dealing with there. So anyways, to put that aside, he is going to be sending himself to Texas now. And how strange is it that Texas, I mean, who in the hell's running the Rangers? You go out there and you spend way too much on DeGrom, who's always hurt. And then you go and get his ex-teammate, DeGrom must have went to bat for him. It's the only thing that makes sense. But he must have went to bat for him, because the next thing you know, he's going to be a Ranger. See, they've basically become the New York Mets South. So if you are a Houston Astros fan, if you're a fan of anyone in the American League, I would no longer be concerned with the Rangers because they will Met. They've got too much Met DNA in their clubhouse now. And let's also be honest, unless they do something drastic here, Will Smith is still their closer. And we saw how that turned out last year. So going to be an interesting next, 72 hours? Right about there. You've got Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern. We played Texas earlier in the year. I'd have to pull up the schedule, but I don't believe we have them in front of us. But, as they say, just Google it. But we played Texas earlier in the year. I do remember that because we did all 3 games. But if we do play them again, I don't have it immediately in front of me. It's not anytime soon. But anyways, back to the rest of the story. The Braves are going to be taking on the Milwaukee Brewers. And I did want to play a couple of things. This was Marcel last night, in case you might have missed it. This is Marcel getting interviewed after his big night. And I think it'd been a few days. It was kind of rusty. I don't believe I gave a game ball out, but the game ball definitely goes to Marcel because he smoked that ball and really got that offense going last night.
Marcel, you guys are back here at home, back in the win column. How good did it feel to get that win in front of these Braves fans? And how much energy do they give you?
It's a lot of high energy today. We're coming from the road back couple games, and then we're coming home, and this is pretty amazing to be at home and give you what we do.
The game that you had was incredible. You started the rally in the second, you tie it up in the fourth, you have a double in the seventh. You have 10 home runs now when you're in a hitter's count. How are you able to take advantage like that?
I feel good. We're working every day in the sun, and then we're working every day in the cage, and that's the result when you get it. When you're working harder, that's what you get it.
Speaking of working hard in the cages, I feel like the whole team is doing that. You guys had 15 hits, 10 runs. How are you able as a team to take advantage offensively?
We really unit. We're really unit. That's important when the team is really unit, and we give our best each kind of bye, and then that's how we're gonna do it for the rest of the season and the postseason.
Marcel, appreciate it. Go celebrate. Let's do it again tomorrow, right?
Thanks, for sure.
Thanks, Marcel.
Okay, so that was Marcel, and they say, look, by the way, Ed, I did look it up, and it appears that we do not play them again, obviously, unless it was in the postseason. But we played them back in early May in Texas, and the biggest thing I remember about that series, we couldn't get Adolis Garcia out, but other than that, we took 2 of 3. They'll have Max Scherzer going over there. I think he's going to get thumped. He is not the same pitcher that he's been, and the Rangers are just throwing money at the problem. They're basically doing what the Mets have done, and I don't know if that's the best person to bring into your clubhouse either, because he's been if he had the stuff that he used to have, and he was as good as he was, and he was someone that everyone wanted around him, don't you think the Los Angeles Dodgers would have been able to keep him? Because I know he would have wanted to stay, and the Dodgers said no thanks. They had him for 2 months in their clubhouse, and they said no thanks. And now he's been in New York for about a year and a half, and they've said no thanks. And they knew there was no way to get out of his. He has a clause, for folks who may not be familiar. He has a clause in his contract that he picks up. Okay, so it is a player option. It's not a club option. And it's for $43 million. So, ouch. So that's what they're working out right now, is how much of the Mets are going to have to eat. I'd say the Mets are going to have to eat about half of it. And I think they're going to be willing to do it, because I think you're going to see the Mets go in a different direction. And Epler might even get his ass fired. He should be fired. Interesting little note. The only reason why Epler was brought in, most believe, is because he had a very good relationship with Shohei Ohtani. Once the Shohei Ohtani deal falls through and he signs with the Dodgers or wherever he stays on the left coast, they're going to fire him because he's done an absolute awful job. My dogs playing checkers do a better job of analyzing the game than what Epler does. So I think he's going to I think he gets fired. The only thing that would save him is if he somehow convinces Shohei Ohtani to come to the Mets. But I mean, why would you go to the Mets if you're Shohei Ohtani? Why in God's name would you want to be involved in that media, in that nightmare of a franchise? If you're going to go play in New York and you're Shohei Ohtani, you better go put the pinstripes on and head to the Bronx. Here is a couple things from Snicker last night. First thing was on Ozuna. These aren't quite as long. This one's on Ozuna and what he's seen, along with Eddie Rosario getting the big base hit.
Sal's been struggling a little bit offensively, but how good was it to see?
No, it's good. Him and Eddie, to see them kind of, we need them to be a part of this, just to take some hints. Why we've been so successful is those guys have, and they've been struggling a little bit. So it's good to see them both kind of come out today.
Hitters a couple times. What do you feel?
No, I like him. Yeah, I think he's going to really help us. It was good. I wanted to get him a clean inning the other day, but the game never lets you do things like that. And so it was nice to get him out there for a clean inning. And, it was a tough play at second, or he might have had a ending double play the other day too. But, it's good.
So, look, if we can get those two hitting, I still think they're going to bring in a bat, and we'll probably make that a part of the Braves Country baseball poll tonight. Is if you could choose, who would you choose? And we'll come with a couple of options tonight. But I think the Braves are probably you're going to see them add a bat. It may not be anything groundbreaking. And I think you're going to see them add at least one pitcher. What'll be interesting to see is is it a starting pitcher or is it a relief pitcher? I think it'll probably be two pitchers and probably one of each. But here is Snicker on what he saw on Yanni Chirinos, who last night pitched okay, got through four innings. Look, he saw the lineup twice, and then they got him out of there. You knew that was their game plan, because the moment they got back to the top of the order for the third time, he came and got him. So this is Snicker on Yanni, and I think you can read in between the lines here.
It was big, and kind of knew probably that's right where we were going to use him too. So that was huge, just to kind of get us to the other guys.
Chirinos, a lot of hits.
It was good, yeah. He threw it over, and I just kind of, I was hoping we get 4 innings out of him, really. He hadn't pitched in a while, but, he's not a strikeout guy. I think he's a contact guy. It was okay.
So I know I'm not breaking any news here, but because if you see on the screen, unless you're listening to us on radio, and I think we're in 6 different markets tonight, the Tigers have beaten the Marlins. It's a 5-0. They blanked them. And I was joking with Ed in the chat. By the way, if you are listening to us on radio and you want to get involved in the chat, just find us on Braves Country HD. That's youtube.com/@Braves Country. I was joking with Ed in the chat that it was the uniforms. I mean, those are the worst City Connects. I think they're even worse than the Boston ones. And that is a mouthful, because those Boston ones are pretty bad, the canary yellows. I was actually giving folks a hard time up there in Boston, because I said, I came all this way to see the Red Sox, and for the last 2 nights I've been watching the Yellow Sox run up and down the freaking base paths. But yeah, that the Marlins drop a game. So to me, the only thing we're looking at right now, other than the big picture, we'll get into that in a little bit, but in the division, to me, it's Marlins and Phillies. Those are the only 2 teams that have a real chance to put a scare into us. The Mets are selling. The Mets are 17 out. They're done. The Marlins came in 10.5 out today. They'll now drop to 11. We'll see what the Braves do tonight. And then Philly, they come into tonight down 10 out. So, but that was his thoughts on Yanni. And honestly, like, I saw a couple of Braves writers, I think they were overreacting to what they saw from Yanni Chirinos. I don't know if they were expecting to see some version of what Yanni was back in around 2020. I want to say is when he was really good, 2019, 2020. He is what he is. I think he's lost the gas on his fastball. If he's willing to be demoted and go back to the Braves organization at some point, because I do believe he gets DFA'd this week at the trading deadline. I think they might be able to fix him. They might be able to fix his release point, and maybe that gets him a little more oomph on his fastball. I would love to keep him in the organization somehow, but he's not going to be on the roster come August 2nd. I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if he was on the roster, unless, of course, we get just a slew of injuries. And it's going to take like 6 guys to bang into each other in the middle of the locker room for that to happen. Once again, the trade deadline is Tuesday, and it's at 6. Other years, it's traditionally been at 4. Sometimes it's even been at 3 on Sundays. It's at 6 p.m. So there you have that. And we are going to, what my game plan on that night is. So we're going to have the 3 to 5 show that we always have Monday through Friday on. And we're only talking the trade deadline essentially that day, unless something like really big happens in the world of sports. And then we'll probably step away for a little bit. And then we'll come back early to react to the trade deadline on Tuesday night, kind of let the dust settle, and then get you ready for Braves. Remember, that's Braves Angels. So here's hoping Shohei Ohtani's in the lineup that night, because I'm looking forward to that. He will be in the line, or should be in the lineup on Monday night. That series starts on Monday. And next week we will bring all 3 games of the Angels series and all 3 Cubs series. All 3 of those games are day games next week. We'll bring them all to you. All 6 games are planning on being brought to you pitch by pitch, play by play. You know how on the weekends it's a little difficult sometimes for us to bring you every game. We normally bring you every Saturday game, but Sundays are sometimes a little tricky. The other thing was Snicker on the replay, and now it all makes sense. What the hell happened on that replay when Murphy's bat hit the glove? And I'm like, and I was sitting there saying, it hit the glove. I don't know what in the heck happened here. I was blaming the umpires. Evidently, it was Snicker's fault, and kudos to him. He wore it. Here's the explanation of what happened on the blown play, on the blown replay. He challenged the wrong thing.
The replay, they're able to see if he got hit. Are you able to see if there's catcher's interference?
No, I screwed that up because I wasn't watching. I was talking to Cranny. We're trying to figure out if we scored runs, who were going to pitch. So I had no idea what I was challenging. Nobody told me that it was, the umpire came over, and honestly, I screwed it up. I told him, it's not your fault, it's mine, because I was busy doing something else. And because he said, are you doing the catcher's interference? And I was like, no, I hit Bassman, I think. That's why I'm doing this. Because honestly, I didn't. I was talking to Cranny and looking at my lineup card and didn't see it. So that's, I told Murph, I got you a hit. Worked out good. When he gets his 3,000 hits, I hope he remembers that one.
So there you have that. There's the explanation. He was in the middle of talking. So here's the thing. And he's not going to throw anyone in the bus. That's not Snicker's style. The one thing a lot of folks don't like Snicker. A lot of folks love Snicker. The one thing you can say about Brian Snicker, he is a class act. He's not going to throw these guys under the bus. But whose actual job was that to make sure Brian Snicker was challenging the right thing? That lays on Walt Weiss. He's the bench coach, and there's a reason why you have a bench coach, is because, like Snicker was kind of letting you see behind the curtains, there's a lot of things going on. And he has to manage the whole 9 yards. For people who have been in other businesses, he's a general manager, essentially. Whether it's a restaurant or, a retail store, however you want to look at it. He's got a million things going on. And it's his job to make sure that the ship stays straight. But Weiss has to come over. And if Weiss doesn't catch it, then the rest of the guys have to be paying attention. I'm not going to put it on Kranitz because he's focusing on the pitching staff. And they are at bat. So I'm going to put this on a little bit on Seitzer, but it's really on Weiss and other guys that would have been sitting there on the bench. And it's obviously not your first and third base coach. And Ron Washington was not there last night. So, but the first and third base coach, they're out there on the field. So they don't know what conversation is going on. But someone's got to go over, it should be Weiss, and say, hey, we are challenging the fact that it's catcher interference. And so probably a bad job by Snicker as well to not make sure that's what he's challenging. But when it's all said and done, that's what the bench coach is there for. You always see these bench coaches in baseball and now in football. They're all over the place now. They didn't used to have them years and years and years ago, but they've been around for quite some time now. This is their number one job, is to make sure that the manager, head coach, whatever sport you're talking about, knows what the hell is going on everywhere. You even see them in college football, college sports. You'll see someone running up and down telling the coach, hey, we're supposed to go for 2 here. And you're like, what's this guy? Why does he have to tell him? He's got a million things going on in his head. The last one we're going to play is Snicker on AJ Minter. I did get a clarification this right before we came on the air, but I'm going to go ahead and play it anyways.
What did you think Minter had a 4-pitch inning tonight?
Yeah, nobody told me during the game, so I haven't heard about that yet. Yeah, no, we'll see how he comes tomorrow and then, adjust from there. But yeah, I'd hope his next outing be here.
So what the consensus is, I've got 4 main beat writers that I follow. 3 are Atlanta Braves beat writers, and then there's another one that follows the Atlanta Braves that kind of gives a different perspective. They all believe it's most likely AJ Minter is with the Atlanta Braves by Monday. He could show up tomorrow, but it sounds very unlikely. So my guess would be Monday. They may even push it till after the deadline in case there's some maneuvering going on, right? So we may not see him until Tuesday, till all that dust is settled. But if they already know who they want to kick to the road, or if they make a move earlier than expected, then that's where we'll have there. So I know it's a lot to unpack there, but essentially you're looking at, once again, I don't think Chirinos, the only way Chirinos is kept is in a long relief role. But when you look at the Braves roster, and we'll get more into that as the game goes along, because I'm going to end up running out of time here on the pregame show. But by the way, there's a lot of rain up in the Northeast and all throughout the Midwest. It looks like the Braves are going to be okay tonight, but there are rain delays in the Cubs-Cardinals series, the Mets game, and I believe I just saw there was another one. I can't remember what it was. There was a third one that just popped up on the screen on one of my extra monitors. So we will keep you abreast of what's going on there, but the Marlins did lose, and Philly's about to play. And coming into tonight, we're 3 in front of Baltimore, 4.5 in front of Tampa Bay. They are playing at Houston tonight. Texas is 6.5 out. And the Dodgers, who lost to the Reds last night, we're big Reds fans this weekend. They are 7.5 out. Milwaukee is 8.5 out, and Houston 8.5. So those are the main, right now, those are the main teams that I say that we would pay attention to. I'm going to continue to tell you what the Mets and Nationals are just about every single game, just because I do feel like fans want to know, and they want to rub it into Mets fans. By the way, someone check on Frank the Tank, because there's no way in the world this guy's doing well. But what's funny about the original trade by the Mets, if you're just joining us, here on Braves country, the New York Mets have traded Max Scherzer to the Texas Rangers, still working out the details, but it's essentially done. He's already approved the trade. What's interesting about that trade with Robertson is that they were, and this tells you something about the Mets, along with the Scherzer deal, because I don't think they really believe that he's overpaid, although we do. But it looks like that they're trying to save some money, and maybe it's to go after Ohtani. Who the heck knows? But the Mets trade from a couple of days ago with Robertson, they got 2 low-level 18, 19-year-old pitchers that are essentially just rookie ball nothings, just because the Marlins agreed to take on the rest of the salary. And in years past, the Marlins have taken on teams and given much better prospects because a team like the Mets would pay. This time, the Mets are paying to try to help their basically their overall payroll. And then of course they're hoping that they strike it rich with one of those pitchers. But I mean, when you're talking about an 18-year-old pitcher, he's a long way away from ever making any kind of splash. So tonight's game, real quick, we're going to hit the lineups here in a second, but it's going to be Elder versus Julio Teheran, and it's a rematch from last Sunday. It was a low-scoring game. I'm back and forth. So my pick to click tonight, Travis d'Arnaud is in the lineup. He had 2 hits against Teheran. He had a home run against Teheran on Sunday. Ronald Acuna Jr. had 2 hits against Teheran. This is the second time everybody's seeing him in a week. I do think the Braves are going to get to him and get some runs scored. But I'm going to go ahead. I want to play it safe and take Acuna, but I'll let some of y'all take Acuna. What the hell? Give me Travis d'Arnaud, as TDA as I like to call him. Give me Travis d'Arnaud to click. I think he gets a couple of hits. Maybe even sends one out of the park. So give me that. And I think Elder will pitch well. I think you'll see the bullpen come in full force, and we'll look at Braves win a fairly high scoring game. I was pretty close on the score last night. Give me the Braves to win this one. They'll get over the run line. Give me the Braves 6-2. I think Elder pitches a very good game. 6-2. Maybe we don't even have to use eyeglasses tonight. 6-2. And I'll get in a d'Arnaud pick to click. Anyone else that has pick to clicks, throw them in the chat. And we're going to step away for a second. When we come back, we'll have lineups and the anthem, all that stuff on the way.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves Country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves Country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves Country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves Country.
The first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves Country.
Oh.
Braves Country.
Come here. Now.
Braves Country. Braves Country. Braves Country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves Country.
Have a
Braves Country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/at Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive. Let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Brave. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves Country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves Country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Milwaukee Brewers, Christian Yelich will be playing in left field, 15 homers, 57 RBI, 22 stolen bases, and a .286 average. William Contreras will be the designated hitter with 10 home runs, 38 RBI, a stolen base, and a .272 average. Santana will be at first with 12 home runs, 53 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .235. Sal Frelick is in right field, 7 of 16 on the year with a home run, 3 RBIs, a .438 average. Willy Adames is batting fifth and playing short, 17 homers, 48 RBI, 4 stolen bases, and a .203 clip. Monasterio is the third baseman with 1 home run, 8 RBI, 4 stolen bases, and a .307 average. Caratini is behind the plate through 129 at-bats. He has 5 homers, 15 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .248 average. Bryce Terang is the second baseman with 4 homers, 20 RBI, 11 stolen bases, and a .202 average. Weimer is back in center field and batting ninth, 12 homers, 35 RBI, 11 stolen bases, and a .208 average. On the mound for the Milwaukee Brewers, it'll be Julio Teheran. The former Atlanta Brave is 2-4 with the 3.75 ERA, 104 whip, 57 and 2/3 innings pitched, 49 hits allowed, 40 strikeouts, 11 walks, and 9 home runs given up. Bryce Elder will go head-to-head with Julio for your Atlanta Braves. He's 7-2 with a 3.3 ERA, 1.23 whip, 114 and 2/3 innings, 104 hits allowed. Through those, he has 86 strikeouts against 37 walks and 12 home runs given up. Going to bat for your Atlanta Braves and backing up Bryce Elder, leading off and playing right field, it's Ronald Acuna Jr., 23 home runs, 59 RBI, and 49 stolen bases, batting .329. Ozzie Albies, batting second, playing second, with 24 homers, 73 RBI, 7 stolen bases, and a .256 average. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, 23 homers, 62 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .272 average. Matt Olson is the first baseman, 33 home runs, 82 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .256 on the year. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate with 9 homers, 24 RBI, and a .264 average. Marcel Ozuna is the designated hitter with 19 home runs, including 1 last night, 44 RBI, a .229 average. Eddie Rosario is in left field with 15 homers, 46 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .252. And Orlando Arcia is at shortstop tonight with 10 homers, 36 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .290 average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He comes in with 9 homers, 28 RBI, 13 stolen bases, and a .274 clip. Umpires tonight for Game 2 of Braves versus Brewers. Lance Barrett is behind home plate. Alfonso Marquez will be manning first. Second base umpire is Doug Eddings, and down the third base line is Ramon De Jesus. We're expecting temperatures to be in the mid to low 80s tonight. Little muggy here at Truist Park, but we should be good to go. Expecting a big crowd here in the 41,149 that this great stadium holds. Your Atlanta Braves come in 65 wins and 36 losses. Going into today's action, the Braves are 10 games in front of Philly, 10.5 in front of the Miami Marlins, 17 in front of the New York Mets, and 23.5 in front of the Washington Nationals. While in the National League, they're 7.5 in front of the Los Angeles Dodgers, 9.5 in front of the Milwaukee Brewers. And overall, for the best record in Major League Baseball, the Braves still hold a 3-game lead over the Baltimore Orioles, 4 in the loss column. 4.5 in front of the Tampa Bay Rays, 7 in the loss column. And 6.5 in front of the Texas Rangers, 8 in the loss column. While the Milwaukee Brewers come into tonight's action 57-47, a half game up on the Cincinnati Redlegs, 4.5 up on the Chicago Cubs. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Brewers Game 2 as your Atlanta Braves try to win the series tonight with Bryce Elder on the bump. Get your game face on, Braves country. Welcome in, Braves country. Hope y'all are ready for hopefully another win tonight. Felt good getting a W, get off the schneid there, as the Atlanta Braves will be in their City Connects tonight again as they continue to celebrate Hank Aaron weekend here in Atlanta. And so white pants, white shirt with the blue sleeves. Lighter blue sleeves, lighter blue ball caps with the white on the front and the A in blue outlined by red. Bryce Elder, the big Texan right-hander, is throwing his final warm-up tosses, and once he gets going, so will we. Hope y'all are having a good night, and looks like the wheeling and dealing in Major League Baseball is absolutely happening. If you didn't join us for the pregame show, Max Scherzer is heading to the Texas Rangers. They're just working out the dollar signs is what it looks like. So they're going to fix all that. And the Atlanta Braves, I think now can just put their eyesights on the Phillies and the Marlins as far as the divisions involved. Now, obviously, we got much bigger plans. We're trying to win the World Series, and the best way to win that is have the entire Major League Baseball come through Atlanta. We got a 3-game lead on Baltimore for that. We went through all that during the pregame show, but we have a 3-game lead on Baltimore for that. So we'll be watching the scoreboard with them, and Bryce Elder looks like he's just about ready, as Atlanta will be facing the Milwaukee Brewers. They are once again in their road gray pants and road navy blue with the gold head to toe Milwaukee on the chest, and it is baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way from Bryce Elder is right there, but called for inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Milwaukee nothing. The 1-0 pitch from Elder kicks and deals. This is up high, and it's quickly 2-0. Bryce Elder, pretty good outing last time out against these Milwaukee Brewers. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is dropped into center field in between the shortstop and third base hole. He just slapped it into center field, and it's a leadoff hit for the Milwaukee Brewers. So 1 on and nobody out to start the game. The sun is setting in Atlanta. They'll be fighting the sun a little bit for about the next inning or so. It usually drops down this time of year behind the wall at around the second inning. First pitch on the way to the number 2 hitter, Contreras. William Contreras, the designated hitter tonight, takes it inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Misses a little high, but called for a strike. Chirinos doesn't like it. He's shaking his head. And see, tonight he's got a different perspective because he is not the catcher. He is the designated hitter, so he might argue. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Elder kicks and deals inside. 2-1. We'll have the chat up, Tanner, on Sundays. Typically Monday through Saturday going forward will be the schedule. The 2-1 pitch from Elder. Down below the knees, called for a low strike. Evens up the count at 2-2. So Contreras already does not like the fact that the first 2 strikes he's seen in this at bat, he thinks one was high and one was low. He might have a case on that, but any way you look at it, it's an even count. Runner on first, nobody out. There's a couple of caveats, but you'll notice during the breaks we always put the upcoming schedule up, Tanner. But the next Sunday, a week from Sunday, they're playing the Cubs, and we always try to do all those games. So we are going to bring in the Sunday game next Sunday. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is bang foul. Dragged towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. There's only a couple of games till the end of the season that I see that are going to be difficult for us to do. One is September 2nd. It's a late Saturday night game in LA. We're not going to be able to do that one. As a pitch over to home plate is instead he turns and fires it over to first. Elder trying to keep Yelich close by, thinking he might be going. But we always keep you updated on all that on the card. But pretty much going forward till the end of the season, Monday through Saturday and some Sundays. The 2-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. And that one absolutely froze him. That one was definitely in the zone. And I don't think that's what Contreras has a beef about. He doesn't like how he got to those 2 strikes. So 1 down. That one just kind of faded in and just kissed the top of the zone. Home plate umpire Lance Barrett. He's been known to have a pretty questionable strike zone, typically north and south. Typically with Barrett, east and west, he's pretty much on the money. The first pitch on the way to Carlos Santana clips the top and the outside part of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Santana, you might remember him. Bounced over the league last several years. Former Cleveland, Kansas City. The 0-1 pitch. Just below the zone over the plate. It's 1-1. Santana at one point was one of the premier power hitting first basemen in Major League Baseball. So he has started Santana off sinker, the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is laced towards right field, but Ronald Acuna Jr. played perfectly, will make the catch. Had to dip down a little bit as that ball was sinking fast with the top spin, but there's 2 away. So good defensive play. He went sinker, and then tossed a slider in there, and he just got out in front of it. So that'll bring Sal Frelick to the plate. And Frelick, I'd say if he ran for mayor right now in Milwaukee, he'd win in a landslide. He is hitting .438, came up with Milwaukee last week against these Atlanta Braves. First pitch on the way to Frelick is sinker right there at the knees. Might have been his slider. It's 0-1. He does have a home run. He's got 3 RBIs, a 1253 OPS. The 0-1 pitch swung on and just taps that foul, drags it towards the first base side. It's 0-2. They are underway in Philadelphia. Pirates and Phillies, 0-0. Bottom of the second, we'll keep you up to date with that. Of course, if Underwater, our big Pirates fan, is in here, I'm sure he'll let us know as well. Hope y'all are having a good Saturday night. Saturday night special baseball here on Braves Country. The 0-2 pitch from Elder. Lets it fly. Swung on, and that ball is grounded over towards Ozzie at second. Ozzie is going to make the play, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So they put the leadoff runner on. Elder gets out of the jam. We'll be back in a flash.
Oh no. What? Oh boy. This isn't my bad, guys.
Oh my God, Ruffy!
Get out of here. Go. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. There have been 4 times where a player to be named later was themselves. For example, in 2005, John McDonald was traded from the Blue Jays to the Tigers for a player to be named later. 4 months later, the trade was completed when McDonald was reacquired by the Blue Jays as the player to be named later.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Sunday would come and the little park would be packed way before game time. Everybody wanting to see the great Rube Waddell pitch. Nowhere to be found. Manager'd be having a fit. And then just a few minutes before the game time, there'd be a commotion in the grandstand. You'd hear people laughing and yelling, "Here comes Rube! Here comes Rube!" And there he'd come right through the stands. He'd jump down onto the field, cut across the infield, the clubhouse, taking off his shirt as he went. In about 3 minutes, he never wore any underwear. He'd run back out in uniform and yell, "All right, let's get him." Sam Crawford.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Milwaukee Brewers, Julio Teheran back in Atlanta for the first time in a long time. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. Righty-righty matchup is swung on, and that ball is dropped into center field down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for RAJ. Great start to the night for Ronald Acuna Jr. and your Atlanta Braves. Took the first pitch and just kind of laced it out there. And the one thing about Teheran, though he had a good start, last time out as the first pitch on the way. Ronald Acuna Jr. takes off, and he is gone, baby. Vroom, vroom. He steals second with ease. Contreras tried to throw him out from his knees. No chance on that. I don't think Benito Santiago could throw out Ronald Acuna Jr. from his knees. He got a good jump and easily takes the base, and that is his 50th stolen base of 2023. The 0-1 pitch to Ozzy, set up outside, off the plate wide. 90-mile-an-hour sinker misses. It's 1-1. What I was saying about Teheran is the interesting thing about him seeing the Braves for a second time, the Braves hit right-handers really well, and he does not have blow-you-away stuff, so he's going to have to be pinpoint control. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted into center field. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. He's rounding third. He's heading home, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0. Good piece of hitting by Ozzy Albies as he drills it into center field in between second and short. Braves 1, Brewers 0. He absolutely scalded that ball. Got too much of the zone. And the Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. The first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is inside first strike. It's on 1. Riley was 0 for 4 against the Brewers last weekend, 0 for 3 against Teheran, but I suspect that he'll do a little damage tonight too. These Braves hitters are too good to see a pitcher twice in a week and not make adjustments. Teheran turns around and does a light toss, really slow toss over to first. I think that might have been more he wanted to change the pitch than he thinks he's going to do something with Ozzy over there. So if you're just joining us, the Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr., and that time Teheran turned and tried to do a quick spin, try to catch him off off balance. So he's used up his 2 moves. Ozzy poked his head around Carlos Santana's leg, kind of like, what was that? The 0-1 pitch to Riley swung on, and that ball is dragged foul, a 2 hopper towards the third base side. It's 0-2. If you're just joining us, first pitch of the game, Ronald Acuna Jr. led off with a single. Then he grabbed his 50th stolen base of the year on the second pitch of the game. And right after that, Ozzy Albies sent him home, and the Braves lead at 1-0. The 0-2 pitch to Riley swung on, and that ball is going to get off the hands and over the head of the first baseman, and it's going to get down for a base hit. Ozzy Albies comes around second, heads to third, and we've got runners on the corners. A little sawed-off action there for Austin Riley. And the Braves are in business. Well, if that's true, that's strange because they had him listed as 49 today. I'll take your word for it, Russell. I'm going off of the MLB stats. So runners on the corners, nobody out. And they've already gone out there to talk to Julio Teheran. Pitching coach Chris Hook goes out there to talk to Teheran to try to calm him down a little bit. We've got runners on the corners, nobody out. And Matt Olson stepping to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Matt Olson digs in. The first pitch is swung on. That ball is smoked into right field. Down for a base hit. 1 run will score. And Austin Riley's going to go all the way around from second to third. And we'll have runners on the corners once again and nobody out. And your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. Good piece of hitting by Matt Olson. Just left it out over the plate, and he absolutely drilled it. That sinker that he's throwing is staying high in the zone, and they are absolutely roasting it. Well, if it is what you say it is, Ryan, someone needs to correct ESPN's box score because they are calling it his 50th stolen base as well. So runners on the corners, nobody out, and Travis d'Arnaud takes one inside for a ball. It's 1-0. So Russell says 50. ESPN and MLB say 50, so I'm going to go with that. But if you do see it corrected, then let me know. Travis d'Arnaud. What is the deal with him and his hair always sticking out of the top like alfalfa out of his helmet? The 1-0 pitch to Travis, and right there at the knees for a strike, it's 1-1. And they always make sure they pick it up on the local Braves feed. They're not showing it on the Milwaukee feed, but it always makes me laugh. Just about the time I forget about it, they show it. So alfalfa has a 1-1 count on him, and the pitch off the plate wide, it's 2-1. Sean Murphy's getting the night off, day game after a night game tomorrow. So most likely Murphy will get the start. I think they put d'Arnaud in tonight because he had the home run and 2 hits last week against Teheran. The 2-1 pitch just kisses the outside part of the zone, evens up the count at 2-2. Braves 2, Milwaukee 0. Runners on the corners. The infield's a little back, but in double play depth with the catcher at the plate. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up. Will it stay in play? Chasing it over towards the first base dugout. Just, and I mean just out of the reach of the first baseman, Carlos Santana. It barely went over the screen. If the screen wasn't there, he might have had a chance to stretch. So in 2019 or so, that's probably an out, but just got over the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. Travis d'Arnaud. Tehran lets it fly. Swung on, and that ball is drilled, and he will make a leaping catch. Oh, my word. Sal Frelick does it again. Austin Riley tags up. The Braves score 3-0. The runners had to go back and tag. We'll have runner on first, one out, but Frelick goes airborne. If you're listening on radio, he goes airborne and does a header, lands on his right shoulder on the warning track about 3 feet from the wall. What an incredible play. Every time we see this kid play, he makes an incredible either offensive or defensive play. So Tehran and home plate umpire Lance Barrett having some kind of discussion. I don't know what that was about. If I was to guess, it would have something to do with giving Frelick a chance to. Now, they called him an automatic ball, so there you go. Pitch on the way to Ozuna is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Or maybe they did not. Okay. That is my mistake. They're having issues with some of the technical stuff. So I think he just went out there to talk to him. It might have been to buy time because Frelick had to dive there and basically separate his shoulder in right field. The 1-0 pitch to Ozuna way outside wide, called for a strike. Terrible call by Lance Barrett, but it's what he's known for. That ball was high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Runner on second, one out. But ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track, off the wall. 1 run will score. Here comes Marcel Ozuna. Hits a feet first slide into second base, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 4-0. Exit velocity of 99 miles an hour. He absolutely crushed that ball. He hasn't fooled anybody. Even the out by d'Arnaud, that ball was smoked. So Tehran, who had a couple of bad outings before he met Atlanta, started his season late, but started very well. And he's given up 4 runs, 5 hits, and has only gotten 1 out, and it was the diving catch. And Chris Hook is back out there to talk to him, and I would think that means he's pulling Tehran, but maybe not. I don't know how he's getting around that. So we'll see what they do here, but the Braves lead at 4-0 here in the bottom of the first. Marcel has 3 base hits in this series now, and Eddie Rosario is coming to the plate. So Rosario is it's a hard act to follow. Acuna Matata starts it off with a single and a stolen base. Ozzy drives him home. The first pitch on the way to Eddie is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Then the rake follows suit. Matt Olson. The 1-0 pitch to Rosario. That ball is belted high and deep. Will it stay fair? Because it is gone, baby. It is gone. It's fair and gone. The Braves have put a 6-pack on the board here in the first inning, and it's 6-0, your Atlanta Braves. The birdies are flying in the dugout, 356 happy feet, and Atlanta is out on top in a hurry here on a Saturday night in Atlanta, GA. How about that? He absolutely hammered that ball. I just think that Tehran, I think they should have probably pulled him a couple of batters ago, but he might be asked to take one for the team. So he is going to be left in at 6-0 Atlanta. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. I didn't think about saying my pick to click would be the whole damn lineup. First pitch to RC is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup, the 1-0 pitch. Kicks and deals. Takes it high for a ball. Now they're going to call that a strike. It's 1-1. By the way, Tehran, though he's given up 6 runs, he's only thrown 21 pitches. So they've all been right down the heart of the plate, and it's just been batting practice so far. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is dribbled over to first. Making the play is Santana. He'll step on first base for the second out of the inning. 6-0 your score. Atlanta jumping all over Julio Tehran. And when he's not pitching against Atlanta, I do pull for him. He was one of my favorite pitchers when he was here. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris will try to get in the hit parade. He will be the 9th batter to reach the plate this inning. The first pitch on the way to Harris is inside, called for a strike, blown call by Barrett, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Top shelf down below the knees. Setting up top shelf, and he missed the corner. He missed the zone, and he called it a strike. It's 0-2. So Barrett's going with this theory that you've scored 6, you've scored enough, so the zone's going to be really big. Harris is going to have to swing. Despite what it looks like on your screen, those pitches were not on the plate. The 0-2 pitch swung on, that ball's grounded foul down the first base line. Dragged the curveball past the dugout. Do it again. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Marcel Ozuna, who got the whole thing started with a single, stolen base, and a run scored. The 0-2 pitch, way outside wide. He did call that one a ball. It's 1-2. Tehran is moving with the fast pace. I don't know what his typical pace is, but that's definitely not the issue. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is soft liner over to second base. A leaping grab by the second baseman, and that will end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put a 6-pack on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
How so? How so? I'll tell you how so. She's bald.
What do you mean bald?
What do you think I mean bald? Bald. Bald.
She's bald.
She's bald.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Yeah, the All-American man.
Found a rattlesnake by the shed door, told Grandpa, and he said, well, you know where the pistol is. I was 8.
Armchair.
And with 2 out, you talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. Trying to catch lightning right now. Sachs waiting on deck. But the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
Now, new heroes emerged from Ruth's shadow. Luke Appling, Johnny Mize, Earl Averill. Mel Ott of the Giants was so feared at the plate that he was once intentionally walked with the bases loaded. Hack Wilson of the Cubs hit even harder than he drank. 1 year batting in 190 runs. Still a major league record. One writer said that Wilson was built along the lines of a beer keg and not unfamiliar with its contents.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you joined us late, you missed a lot. The Braves lead at 6-0, top of the second. First pitch from Elder was a strike. It's 0-1. Quickly back to work. The 0-1 pitch. Sinker fades inside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. at the plate is Willie Adames, noticing that they dropped him to number 5 in the order. He'd been hitting in the 3 spot as the 1-1 pitch is swung on, grounded over to Riley. Riley has to go deep into the hole, throw it off his back foot, and a short one-hopper. Great snag by Olson, and there's one away. Riley probably had time. Adames wasn't really busting it down the line, and he gave the nod to Olson. One of those short hops. Those are the type of plays that I think we have taken for granted for close to 15 years now, as the first pitch on the way to Monasterio is clips the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch right there, sinker, top shelf, 0-2. When you had Freddie Freeman and followed up by Matt Olson as the 0-2 pitch is in the dirt, good block by d'Arnaud, though there's no one on base, 1-2. We have seen two of the best first basemen to ever do it defensively, and probably offensively for that matter when it's all said and done. And I really think we take it for granted. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's popped up high in the sky, drifting back, making the catches. Ronald Acuna Jr. for the second out of the inning. There is just a sliver of sunlight in right field, and I was worried that Ronald Acuna Jr. was going to fight it, but he drifted just past that sunlight. Excuse me. Appreciate it, Christopher. So 2 down, and Caratini, a hind catcher, comes to the plate. The first pitch to Caratini is right there at the knees for a strike from the left side of the dish, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Braves 6, Brewers nothing, top of the second inning. The Atlanta Braves have added to their major league leading first inning total as the 1-1 pitch. They're going to say that missed the bottom of the zone. I'm not sure about that one. They checked down the third base line. Ramon De Jesus says he did not go around. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Pulled the string on that one. That one was in the zone. So a 2-2 count. The Atlanta Braves in that first inning, 4 balls were put in play over 102 miles an hour. The 2-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Ball 3, 3-2. And one of those was the one that Travis d'Arnaud scalded into the gap that Sal Frelick stole a double from him. So this game's a lot closer than it should be, if that makes sense if you're just joining us. So a 3-2 count. Elder's going to step off the mound, get set to bring it in. Full count, 2 outs. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field. Chasing it. Will it stay in play? Eddie Rosario makes the catch up against the screen for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I got a short memory, just like when I was in the 3rd grade. 2 of the best years of my life.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Probably gotta have a conversation with the front office. I mean, you're trading our closer away.
Every time the Mets show a spark of life, we
get Max Scherzer come in, and this guy does not want to be here. It's clear he is a mental case. Anything goes wrong. Anything goes wrong. It's a million excuses. Pitch clock, pitch count. Shut the pitch count up your Max. His belly up was stupid. Good God. And you know they're going to lose tomorrow. They're never getting to 500. Never.
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Baseball. It's a level playing field. There's equality. All of the inequalities in American life, check their hat at the door. Once you're there, there's a sort of bleacher democracy that the banker can sit in the bleachers and converse with the working man next to him. Baseball exists under a kind of bell jar. It's impervious to change.
How many games are you going to win this year, Daddy?
Well, I'm going to win all I can, buddy.
How much is that, Dad?
Well, how many would you like to have me win?
Oh, about 45.
About 45. Well, I'll do the best I can. If I win 45, that isn't going to leave many for the other players to win, is it?
That's all right.
Well, I'll do the best I can anyway for you and the rest of the boys.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. So if you're not looking at the screen, if you're driving down the road, listening to the radio on one of our 6 affiliates tonight, or if you're just got YouTube on, Braves Country HD, and not looking at the screen because you got other things going on, there's a report as the first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s inside for a ball. It's 1-0. This is from Mark Feinsand, who is about as in the know in Major League Baseball as anyone, and he says that despite reports, is the 1-0 pitch right there for a strike on the outer edge. By the way, Tehran is back out there, so that's interesting. Thought they would pull him, but they're going to ask him to eat some innings. They're saying that Mad Max is not taking the deal, the trade, is the 1-1 pitch. That ball is going to get sawed off into right field, and it's down for a base hit. Ronald Acuna Jr.'s got his second hit of the night, and he's 2 for 2. They're saying that Max Scherzer will not take the deal, and someone close to the source, according to Feinsand, says it's not happening. Not that they haven't talked him into it. It's that it's not happening. So that's interesting that Scherzer doesn't want to go to the Rangers. Really interesting that he wants to dig in and play for the Mets, and the Mets want to trade him. So hold on your seats for that one. Ronald Acuna Jr., Julio Tehran makes a quick turn, flips it over to first, and almost catches Acuna napping. I think Acuna was leaning to second base over there, and Craig Counsell wants to take a look at it, and they're gonna challenge it. They're gonna say that they think they got him. It's close. It's really close. We'll see what happens there. So we'll see what happens with the no trade. But him and Verlander have no trade clauses. And he was definitely leaning. Man, it is right. I mean, it is bang, bang. Of course, they'll be able to slow it down. But it is bang, bang. He was leaning to second. Oh, yeah. I think they got him. I think they got him at all. I think they got him absolutely. We can use Max Fried. You can take Max Scherzer. I have no desire to ever see him wear a Braves uniform. I think Acuna knows it. He's got that look on his face like he got the hand caught in the cookie jar. Here comes the call. He is out. And there's one away. I know it's hard to tell when you're diving into the base whether the guy got you or not, because you're always going to believe you were safe. But looking at the replay, unless there's something that I'm not seeing, he definitely got, yeah. They got him just by a eyelash, excuse me. So one down, and here comes Ozzy Albies to take the first pitch high and out of the zone. No, in the zone. Excuse me, it's 0-1. So once again, if you're just joining us, Max Fried, it looks like, is rejecting the trade. The 0-1 pitch. Just off the plate wide, it's 1-1. Braves 6, Brewers nothing. Atlanta exploded for 6 runs in the first inning. Once again, they lead Major League Baseball. Most runs scored in the first and in the 8th. The 1-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. If you're wondering what inning they score the most in outside the first and the 8th, it's the 4th inning as of right now. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. was just thrown out at first. He did get his 50th steal of the night, of the year tonight, and scored a run in the first inning, and it's 2 for 2. The 2-2 pitch. Tehran lets it fly, swing, and rifles it foul back behind the plate. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Yeah, Tehran, if you were with us at the beginning of the game, first inning, when Ozzy was on first, he did a really slow toss over to first. I thought that was a little odd. And the next one was lightning quick. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on the changeup on the outer edge of the plate. Good pitch by Tehran as he tries to bounce back here, down 6-0. Braves scored 6 in the first. And Austin Riley will come to the plate. He's 1 for 1. A single, a run scored. Braves have 7 hits already. First pitch to Riley is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Caratini, the hind catcher, paused for a second before he threw it back to the pitcher, showing his displeasure in the call. The 1-0 pitch clips the outside part of the zone. It's 1-1. I'll tell you what, that is one thing that has changed in Major League Baseball. I'll say over the last 15 years, maybe it's been a little longer, but used to, when you showed an ump up like that, the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is whap bap down the line. Here comes a 2-out double for Austin Riley as it rattles around in the corner, and your Atlanta Braves are back in business. It's a shame Acuna got picked off there because he would have scored for sure. Roasted it down the left field line, and the Braves got a runner in scoring position. Braves 6, Milwaukee 0. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Matt Olson. First pitch is a winding curveball that slaps the outside part of the zone, top shelf up high. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Olson, righty-lefty matchup. They set up inside. Here's the pitch. Way outside, misses the zone. It's 1-1. Austin Riley stands on second with 2 outs, so he'll be running at the crack of the bat. Anything that gets down in the outfield should score, Austin. The 1-1 to Olson. Tehran lets it go. Swing and pops it up high. Tried to jam shot him. Fouled back out of play. Behind home plate, it's 1-2. Marlins lost earlier this afternoon. They were shut out at home by the Tigers. Pittsburgh leads Philadelphia 1-0 in the 4th. The 1-2 pitch. Inside for a ball, 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Olson. Tehran. They set up outside, off the plate wide, and they're going to call that a strike 3, and that is an absolute awful call. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? Go to college, grad school, work? Most people know the name Billy Martin from the Pine Tar incident in 1983, but not too many people know that it wasn't the first time he called out another team for breaking the rules. On April 25th, 1981, the Oakland A's are visiting the Seattle Kingdom to face off against the Seattle Mariners when Martin senses something is off. He thinks the batter's box looks a little bigger than normal and asks the umpire to break out the ruler and measure it. The verdict? It measured 7 feet, not the customary 6 feet. If you're wondering, the extra foot was in the direction of the mound. After the game, the Mariners groundskeeper admits he was expanding the box under orders from Seattle manager Maury Wills. As a result, Wills was suspended for 2 games and fined $500. His reasoning was he wanted players to stay in the box, but Martin suspects he does it to gain an advantage over his pitching staff, who throws a large number of breaking balls. It couldn't have helped too much because during Wills' time with the Mariners, they go 26 and 56. A little over a week after the incident, the new owner of the Mariners fires Wills on May 6, 1981. For everyone who knew about the Pine Tar game, now you know about the batter's box game.
Armchair.
Gehrig had become the best hitter in the American League, driving in runs at a faster clip than Ruth, but he still had to settle for second billing. The two men were growing increasingly distant, and now Gehrig became obsessed with setting a record no one could ever match. Since May of 1925, he had not missed a single game, and despite aches, sprains, and fevers, he determined never to take himself out of the lineup. "Why don't you take a rest?" someone asked him. "There's no point to it. I like to play baseball, and if I were to sit on the bench, the worry and fretting would take too much out of me."
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead Milwaukee 6-0. Still a long way to go here, but you like the start. Bryce Elder will go back to work. And the first pitch from Bryce is on the way and high and out of the zone, 87 miles up top. It's 1-0. He's set to face Terang, Weimer, and Yelich. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled off. Out of play, 1-1. The 1-1 from Elder. Lets it fly, swung on, and that ball's lifted down the left field line. Giving chase is Rosario. He'll make the catch just before the warning track. And there's one away. Eddie with the big smile on his face. Somebody's giving him a hard time. I don't know if it's one of the outfielders. He almost looks like he's looking up in towards the crowd. So one down here on Hank Aaron weekend. First pitch on the way to Weimer. Righty-righty matchup. Misses the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. I don't think I've ever put that together. The two of the GOATs both named Hank. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. The 1-1. One down. Top of the third inning. Elder lets it roll. Swing and a miss. And he's really got that slider working. It's 1-2. Weimer, from what I looked at his statistics before the series started, it looks like he is an all or nothing guy. I mean, he hits a low OPS, low batting average, but he's got 12 bombs. The 1-2 pitch misses down and away. It's 2-2. I don't know if I would survive Hank Williams weekend. Braves 6, Milwaukee nothing. Elder fires and just misses low and outside. It's 3-2. I could have done it years ago. I'm not sure if I could do a whole weekend nowadays. That ball's popped up, jam shot, and it's going to be a can of corn. Olson will make the catch, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. Bryce Elder, by the way, is only at 37 pitches, so he is really rolling. The first pitch on the way to the leadoff hitter, Christian Yelich, is a swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. Drop that slider just below the knees. His slider, and I know they'll continue to call it a slider, it really works more like a very sharp change. Almost like an old school splitter, just not quite as fast. The 0-1 pitch. Pitch clock was winding down, but it looks like he got it off. It's 1-1. Braves 6, Milwaukee 0. If you're just joining us, thank you, Ryan. All the action took place in the top of the third inning. The 1-1 pitch just misses outside, 2-1. I might have said top of the third, the top of the first inning. Braves got 6 hits, scored 6 runs, and the outs they were getting, they were clubbing them. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled down the line. It's 2-2. 4 balls in that inning were hit over 102 miles an hour. And for those of y'all that don't follow that, that is ripped. And none of those pitches were the double or the home run. So they were just absolutely scorching the ball. The 2-2 pitch swung on, popped up. It's a can of corn, and it will get in the glove of Mr. Eddie Rosario, and we'll be back here on Braves Country.
Our football team, some aspects look like we're really ready to play. A couple of other aspects look like we just got off Willie Nelson's tour bus.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Get the gist of what's going on here. I know what you're doing. You're looking down on us. A couple small market Midwest ball players, just because we're not big city, just like you. Mr. New York City, Mr. National Television Star, with your Fifth Avenue ties and your crisp pocket squares, your tailored suits and your polished shoes, and your hair, your perfectly coiffed Broadway hair. Must be nice to sit atop that Madison Avenue ivory tower, looking down on us with those luscious locks. Not everyone can be the next Roger Peckinpah. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a disgrace.
Armchair.
Before the 1934 season began, Dizzy announced that he and his younger brother Paul, whom the press insisted on calling Daffy, would together win 45 to 50 games. They did. Dizzy won 30 and Paul won 19.
Brother Jerome, better known as Dizzy. This is my brother Paul Dean, better known as Daffy. We're both full of ambition against those Tigers.
The Cardinals faced the Detroit Tigers in the 1934 World Series. In the fourth game, Dizzy Dean, running to second, was hit in the head with a ball fielded by the shortstop.
Rogel, in throwing to first, struck the Dean squarely in the forehead with the ball.
The throw knocked Dean senseless, and he was rushed to the hospital. Headlines the next day said, X-rays of Dean's head showed nothing.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-0. We'll go back to work. Travis d'Arnaud yet to get on the hit parade, but he smoked one into the gap. A diving catch by Sal Frelick ended that at bat. His first time up. First pitch on the way is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. It was a sac fly and an RBI. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball got him to chase just off the edge. Think he was trying to pull that one. And it's 1-1. Atlanta Braves will face these Brewers tomorrow, and then as the 1-1 pitch misses way outside wide, 2-1. And then tomorrow, so tomorrow they'll face the Brewers for Game 3 of the series. Hopefully that'll be for a possible sweep. And then Monday, Shohei Ohtani and the Angels come in. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted into center field. Another diving catch robs Travis d'Arnaud of a base hit. My man should be 2 for 2. Instead, he's 0 for 2. 2 Gold Glove catches. One of them to start the inning. So the thing about Max Scherzer is the first pitch on the way to Marcel Ozuna is off the plate wide for a ball is 1-0. I don't know what I saw a couple of different comments. It's hard for me to keep up sometimes because there's so much stuff going on. But Ozuna's 1 for 1. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is ripped over to third. A diving catch by Monasterio, and they are putting on a clinic. If they were not making these Gold Glove plays, it would be 20-0 right now. There's 2 away. It'll be L5 in your scorecard. That ball was absolutely smoked. So Max Scherzer was traded to Texas, but he has a no trade clause. And it was first reported that he approved the trade as the first pitch off to Rosario slides off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. But Mark Feinsand came out, and I'm going to check it next break again because a couple other guys that are in the know on this. Is the 1-0 pitch, clips the inside part of the zone. It's 1-1. Mark Feinsand of MajorLeagueBaseball.com says that a very good source inside the Mets organization talking with Max Scherzer says that trade is not happening. He's not going to accept the trade. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is ripped over to first. Hard hit ball, but it's an atom ball, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down, but every single one of those balls were scorched off the bat. We'll be back in a flash.
I saw an ad the other day that said, you too can look like Dolly Parton for only $500. Boy, I wish I'd have seen that ad before I dished out the millions it cost me to look like Dolly Parton.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It costs a lot of money to bring the real world champion on location. It's so hard for me to sit back here in this studio looking at a guy out here hollering my name when last year I spent more money on spilled liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun. Woo!
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Despite the Depression, baseball was still big in New York, where Babe Ruth still dominated the game and filled the headlines. He was the idol of every schoolboy, the delight of every sports writer. Drinking and eating too much, cheerfully lighting up the half-smoked cigars he found on the men's room floor, doing his best to ignore the younger sluggers who were now overtaking him, including his seemingly invincible teammate, Lou Gehrig.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves 6, Milwaukee Brewers nothing. So to finish that thought, Max Scherzer is supposedly declining the trade to the Texas Rangers from the New York Mets. He had to approve it because not only is he with the Mets this year, he has a player option next year. The first pitch on the way to William Contreras is smoked into the gap. That ball's going to get down up against the wall, and it's going to be a leadoff double for the Brewers to start the fourth. Now, we'll see how it plays out, but the exact wording was, it's not happening. Not, they're still working on it, that kind of stuff. It's basically saying that Scherzer wants no part of being in Texas, which is interesting because they are leading their division. They're a very good team. He would go to a team that is very good. And it's a team that's got a former teammate in Jacob deGrom. First pitch on the way to Carlos Santana swung on to hopper into the glove of Matt Olson. He'll step on the pillow. There's one away, but Contreras does move up to third. So one down and a runner on third. Now, conversely, while this is going on, why the confusion may be going on, Max Fried is pitching in AAA Gwinnett, and it should be his last start down on the farm. They're expecting him to be back in the rotation probably next Friday is what I would guess, because with him pitching tonight, there's no real way for him to get decent rest and not be pushed to next weekend. First pitch on the way to Frelick is right down the middle for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and lifted into left field, drifting back, making the catch is Rosario. Contreras is going to test his arm. Here comes the throw, and it's well wide of the plate, and it's 6-1. Braves lead cut to 5. So once again, that man Frelick gets an RBI. Though down 6, we'll take it. Gladly trade a run for an out there. But Frelick, my word, he's just, I don't care if I never see this guy again. We do not get him out, and he makes unbelievable Roberto Clemente plays out there in right field against us. That'll bring Willie Adames to the plate. Adames is 0-1. I don't think I completed the thought, but I noticed Adames last weekend in the first game of this series was the number 3 hitter. As the 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. He's been dropped to the 5 spot. He had an incredible year last year. He's got an okay year this year for a shortstop with 17 home runs, 48 RBI, but the OPS is only 679. The 0-2 pitch on the way, down and outside, it's 1-2. So to try to put a bow on that, we'll see if it changes. But right now, Scherzer has declined the trade to the Mets, from the Mets, as the 1-2 pitch caught looking strike 3. And I will definitely say, in that case, that was a 6-1 called strike. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You saved $1 a day for a year. Do you know how much money you'd have? Roughly $30,000.
What did you eat before and after a match?
The pre-match meal was probably 3 Miller Lights and 2 Tylenols. That was the pre-match meal. And then afterwards, the post-match meal was probably 12 Miller Lights.
What Your Birthday Says About You, Friend Group Edition. If you were born the 24th to the 26th, then you are the partier. You're friends with everybody. You don't care who comes over, who has a good time with you, as long as you're there. If you were born the 6th, then you're definitely the weird one out of the group, but you're still really funny and people love to hang out with you. Now, if you were born the 14th through the 16th, you were definitely more of the quiet person. You'd rather just have all your friends come over, watch movies, whatever, but you'll still go out. Now, if you were born the 9th or the 10th, then you're the type of person that tries to get out of everything. You don't want to party. You don't want to do anything. You just want to sit home by yourself.
On June 3rd, 1932, Lou Gehrig did something even Babe Ruth had never done. He hit 4 home runs in a single game. But that extraordinary feat got him few headlines the next day. Something even more important to baseball had happened. John McGraw was leaving the game.
After 30 years of continuous services, John Joseph McGraw has resigned as manager of the Giants. At the age of 59, Mr. McGraw steps down because of failing health, with his Giants in last place. Mr. McGraw was a product of the old school of baseball, when fistfights were common, when red liquor was sold at all the park, when only ladies of questionable social standing attended the game. To the end, he was faithful to his truculent creed. The last official act he performed as manager of the Giants was to file a protest with the league against Bill Clem, the umpire. Joe Williams, New York World Telegram.
He died 2 years later, mourned by many as the greatest of all baseball managers, the winner of 10 pennants.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Julio Teheran to Rolando Arcia is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and fires, down and away. It's 2-0. looking at the Braves at the trade deadline, go over that here as the game goes on, because there's a lot of rumors out there where the Braves could be going. I still contend it's not going to be anything earth-shattering because that's just not his MO. Anthopoulos, the 2-0 pitch, way outside wide, 3-0. But I will say this. They're normally very smart trades, and they usually pan out pretty well. With all that being said, the Rosario Iglesias trade last year was kind of a big trade, just nobody really realized it. The 3-0 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get shot in between short and third, the 5-6 hole, and it's a leadoff single for the Magic Kingdom. Orlando gets to the first base after he turns back towards the dugout and does the celebration. I think this homestand came for the Braves at the right time. They were really trying to, kind of scuffling. Braves 6, Milwaukee 1. Michael Harris the second, who's going to drop a bunt, and it's a very good bunt. Good play by Tehran. He fires it down to first and barely gets a flying Michael Harris down the line. So it should be recorded as a sac, but it'll be up to the scorer. On the play, Arcia goes to second. What I mean by that, it's not automatic that you get a sac bunt just because you moved a player over. It's all about the intention, but I would definitely give him a sac on that. It was just kind of a sneaky sac. They should have a stat for that, the sneaky sac. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is just clips the outside part of the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Acuna's 2 for 2, 2 singles, a run scored, stolen base. He did get caught leaning off of first his last time up. The 0-1 pitch is down below. It's 1-1. And I don't need any comments from the peanut gallery about what a sneaky sack is because I know it's coming. The 1-1 pitch, runner on second. Acuna, righty-righty matchup. Tehran, 60th pitch, swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back on the track. Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. The Braves extend the lead. It's 8-1. How about that? 434 happy feet over the wall. Ronald Acuna Jr. is having himself an MVP kind of night. He's now 3 for 3, a home run, a stolen base. Now 2 runs scored. That'll be 2 RBIs. And Atlanta belting the ball all over the place against Julio Tehran tonight. Unbelievable. The celebration, they come up with the new celebration every home run. First pitch on the way to Ozzy Albies, down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzy Albies is 1 for 2. Caratini sets up outside wide. The 1-0 pitch just misses outside. It's 2-0. You can tell one thing. If you'd like to be a fly anywhere, I think it'd be in the Braves dugout. They have a blast. The 2-0 pitch on the way to Oz. Swing and a miss. Probably a good thing he didn't make contact with that one. It's 2-1. That was a sinker on the outer edge. If he makes contact with that, it's probably light contact. So he's got a 2-1 count. They've gone outside a couple of times. Now they're setting up inside. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and the ball's swung on and fouled off the instep of Ozzy. He's limping around. Probably take his time out at this point at 2-2. He appears to be okay. He just kind of bent down, and I'm sure that thing is throbbing. Looked like it might have caught the inside part of his, is that his right? Looking at the replay. Oh, it's on the knee. I thought it was his ankle where he's got the pad. It was right on his knee. Thankfully, I think it was the meaty part of the knee. If that thing gets the gets the kneecap, we could have problems. So back to work, and the 2-2 pitch to Ozzy. The wind up, the pitch, swing, and that ball's grounded foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Yeah, I really want to bubble wrap this team, get them to October. We've got a long way to go. It feels like we've played so much of the season, but we're only barely over 100 games here. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew a sinker up top outside. And there's 2 away. What they call a sinker nowadays, by the way, isn't what they used to call a sinker. So if any of you old seam heads like it is not the same as what they used to call a sinker. Sinker nowadays is just the 2-seam. Used to, a sinker was almost like a splitter back in the 80s or 90s. First pitch on the way to Riley, clips the outside part of the zone. It's 0-1. Nowadays, you'll see them call it a sinker and it'll be high in the zone and whatnot. That was never the case years ago. Those were always 2-seams. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered high and deep. Going back on the track, making the catch at the warning track for a loud, and I mean a loud out number 3. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Everybody stop. I didn't go to the Lakers game because they were playing the Bobcats. And I came here today because I thought this was a session on how my wife could learn to communicate, how to answer a question without a question, which I thought, given your wall of diplomas, you could easily fix. Or if you couldn't, you could give her a pill that could either fix it or make her a mute. But now, to turn around and gang up on me, I have hundreds of clients to deal with. And just so we're clear, I don't care about any of them. They're all just a number, like wife number 1 and therapist number 7. Good day.
The donkey said to the tiger, "The grass is blue." The tiger replied, "No, the grass is green." The discussion heated up, and the two decided to went before the lion, the king of the jungle. The donkey began to shout, "Your Highness, is it true that the grass is blue?" The lion replied, "True, the grass is blue. The tiger will be punished with 5 years of silence." The tiger accepted his punishment, but before he asked the lion, "Your Majesty, why have you punished me?" The lion replied, "The worst waste of time is arguing with the fool and fanatic who does not care about truth or reality, but only the victory of his beliefs and illusions."
Sure, he called a shot. No question about it. The difficulty is, did he point? Did he stand extravagantly and point to center field the way William Bendix did in that terrible movie? No, he didn't.
Ironically, Gehrig was the real star of the Yankees' 4-game sweep, but few would remember his performance in the face of all the publicity Ruth got. Ruth himself was evasive when asked if he really had called his shot. "It's in the papers, isn't it?" he said. "Why don't you read the paper?" 1 month later, Franklin Roosevelt was elected president, pledged to bring his country out of the Depression. "I have no expectation of making a hit every time I come to bat," Roosevelt said. "What I seek is the highest possible batting average, not only for myself, but for my team."
Welcome back. Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Bryce Elder is a strike at the top of the zone to Monasterio. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup, the 0-1 pitch. Just off the plate, did he go around? First base umpire Alfonso Marquez says he did, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 from Elder gets the sign from Darnode. Sets up outside. Here it goes. Swing, and that ball is rifled over towards right field. Making the running catch in the corner is Acuna. He makes the catch and then slaps the glove with a fan hanging over the rail, and there's one away. I bet that excuse me. I bet that made that fan's night. He was on an absolute dart to get over there into the corner, had to slam on the brakes so he wouldn't run into the wall. So 1 down, and the first pitch on the way to Caratini is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. You know they're going to have a conversation with these guys as we get closer if the lead is still as big as it is. The 0-1 pitch. Right there, called for a strike at the knees. Nice changeup. It's 0-2. Coaches are going to have a conversation with the guys if we're not chasing and we're kind of on cruise control to stay healthy when you're in the field of play, because there's been a handful of plays in the last, we'll say, calendar week that you're like, man, that could have turned out badly. Elder gets set. 56th pitch of the night. Swung on, and that ball is going to get laced towards right field. Just gets down. Acuna cuts it off and keeps it from going to the wall. Dribbles off his glove, but the hustle and the throw back into the infield is going to leave Caratini, the hind catcher, to a long one-out single. Thought he might have a chance to actually get to it, but the ball, when it hopped, it almost like kind of ricocheted back towards him. Pretty good job just to get the ball down. Michael Harris was backing him up on the play. First pitch on the way to Terang is right there at the knees for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires down off the plate. 1-1. Philadelphia has a 1-run lead on Pittsburgh, but they do have a rally going in the bottom of the fifth. First and second, nobody out there. The 1-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. Elder lets it go in the dirt. Good block by Darno. Runner will stay put, and it's 2-1. Elder, all in all, has looked really good tonight. And when you consider this second time he's seen this Brewers team in the last 6 days, it's all the more impressive. You see what the Braves did to Tehran after seeing him for the second time in 6 days. The 2-1 pitch swung on and lifted foul and out of play. It's 2-2. I would contribute a lot of that too. Tehran's not hitting his spots. He's leaving the ball out over the plate. But typically when a pitcher has to see a lineup, doesn't matter what the lineup is, for the second time around, the advantage goes to the offense. The 2-2 count, 1 on, 1 out. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, not very deep into center field. Going to get down for a base hit. And Michael Harris charges the ball, fires it to second. Almost gets the force play at second, but Caratini's slide will be in there just in time. So runners on first and second, 1 out. Think if Harris didn't have to throw against his body with him being left-handed, he was running to his right and had to throw against his body. If that ball's hit the other direction and he's able to run with it, I think they get Caratini. So 2 on, 1 away. Weimer comes to the plate, the number 9 hitter, and he gets a called strike at the top of the zone. Doesn't like it. It's 0-1. Braves 8, Brewers 1. We'll get you caught up here in a bit on how we got here. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Riley steps on the bag, fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. I guess Weimer never got out of the box. For a center fielder, he didn't make it very far. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country, an inning-ending double play.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but it's Mental Health Awareness Month, and if you feel like nobody cares, miss a couple payments.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
So you're telling me that you believe that Christ comes back to life every Sunday in the form of a bowl of crackers, and then you proceed to just eat the man.
And I still maintain that if Deion Sanders would have played baseball his entire career, he would have been one of the greatest leadoff hitters to ever play the game because he was raw. He didn't even know what he was doing. He wanted to hit homers. He was so fast. He didn't even learn how to bunt yet. and he had such a capacity to change the game. He was great for us. It was jaw-dropping. I mean, he even played in the postseason. He would have been the MVP in '92. If we'd have won and beat the Blue Jays, he'd have been the MVP. That's how important he was. He's playing with a stress fracture in his foot. Words can't describe.
Armchair.
I was listening to a guy talk today, and he was like, a woman that loves you will stick by you no matter how many times you cheat on them. And I was like, sounds like you're talking about your mama, because that ain't me.
I think in the past that certainly Brooklyn's character was defined by the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even just the name Dodgers coming from these trolley cars that everybody had to dodge. The idea that Brooklyn felt a stepchild to New York City and that somehow the Dodgers, the bums, were stepchilds too, that were going to show the hotty-toddy New Yorkers that we were really better than them, defined who Brooklyn was. And even in Long Island, where I grew up, I felt that sense of Brooklyn, and it was all part of the Dodgers. I don't know that that exists today in the same way that you define who you are through your team and through your city. And I think it's a loss. It means that people are more fragmented. They've got themselves and a few friends, but they don't have that group sense unless there's a win. But that's not the same. That's not what this was all about when I was growing up. We hardly ever won, and it didn't matter.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Julio Teheran giving up 8 runs, but they're going to rush it back out there for the 5th inning. He's only at 69 pitches. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is way off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. So conflicting reports back and forth. Okay, Robert. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in, 2-0. The 2-0 righty-lefty matchup. Wind up, and it's off the plate wide, 3-0. So Mark Feinsand of MLB is now saying he is going to Texas. So thanks for the heads up, Robert, because 53 minutes ago he said he was not and it wasn't going to happen. The 3-0 pitch off the plate wide, 3-1. You know, when you're reporting something like that happens to you, you've got to cringe. You just got to. Because you got egg on your face when you make a report that says it's just not going to happen at all. The 3-1 pitch swung on and popped up high, but not very deep into center field. Coming in, making the catch is Weimer, and there's one away. Weimer, they showed the replay on the Milwaukee feed on that double play where he barely got out of the box. Evidently, he thought it was a foul ball. So he kind of halfway went and then halfway didn't go. Then it started to go again. By that time, it was a double play. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on and missed right down the pipe. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud's 0-for-1 has a sac fly RBI, but has hit both balls on the button. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, all the way back at the warning track at the close to the 400 mark, but it's allowed out number 2. All 3 of those balls just goes to show you when you hear about these statistics and they talk about expected batting average and all that, these are the types of hits that I think of, because he has hit all 3 of those extremely hard, but right into the defense. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a curveball, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The only thing about that, Robert, on the trade is the 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right center field, going back over the track, over the wall. Ding dong, that pitch is dead. It's 9-1. Marcel Ozuna, his 20th home run of the year, and the Atlanta Braves, 46th RBI. Your Atlanta Braves lead at 9-1. He got all of that one. The only question was on that pitch, is he sent it to the opposite field. As if I thought if it went to the right side, if it was 10 feet to the right side, it was going to hit that wall. Even the bullpen's out there doing the bird flapping. Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. Eddie Rosario takes a hack at the first pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Rosario, 1 for 2 on the night. He has a home run. The 0-1 pitch. Inside. 1-1. Marcel Ozuna now 2 for 3 with the home run, 2 RBIs. He's gotten his batting average back up to 233. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 1-2. We talked about it in the pregame show. That I felt like that he had really started swinging the bat well. And I believe Eddie is starting to come out of his slump, but Eddie's always been very streaky. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pitch at the top of the zone, couldn't keep up with it, lulled him to sleep, then blew him away. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
And all the calls I made on fourth down all those years, you know what my favorite fourth down call was? Punt. It was the most successful play we had.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Chuck Norris doesn't breathe air. He holds air hostage. Death once had a near Chuck experience. Chuck Norris can slam a revolving door.
How difficult is it to hit a baseball?
I don't think it's that difficult, simply because you only have to do it 3 out of 10 times, you go to the Hall of Fame. The first thing about hitting that is important is you have to be fearless. I mean, if you're scared of getting hit with the ball, forget about it. I look for a fastball every pitch. Now, if you're looking for a fastball and he throws you a slider, a curveball, a changeup, a forkball, a knuckleball, a palm ball, a spitball, a screwball, you're going to hit it. You can just adjust to it. Now, if you get a young kid that's going to swing at a high pitch occasionally or a low pitch occasionally, he's going to be very aggressive. Let him do it. Don't try to make him swing at strikes only. The important thing about being a hitter is being aggressive.
Armchair.
Chuck Norris's calendar goes straight from March 31st to April 2nd. No one fools Chuck Norris.
It's sort of a myth around. Ruth couldn't handle himself. How could he handle other players? Well, that's nonsense. I mean, the man drank a lot and he raised hell and he caroused, but he was a major league player for 22 years. He must have taken care of himself pretty well. And could he have managed? Who knows? Some terrible people have become great managers. Some likely people were terrible managers. He certainly deserved the chance. He didn't get it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. 9-1 your score. Bryce Elder goes back to work, and the first pitch is in the dirt for a ball taken all the way by the leadoff hitter, Christian Yelich. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down below the knees, taken all the way 2-0. They'd love to see, so Bryce Elder sitting here at 65 pitches. They'd love to see him get at least through this inning. Probably the 7th is where they're going to try to take him, maybe even the 8th. The 2-0 pitch. Misses up top, 3-0. Braves don't have another day off until Thursday, and you never know how these games will play out. So if they can rest the guys, they're going to. The 3-0 pitch. Clips the outside part of the zone for a strike. It's 3-1. The 3-1, Elder lets it fly. Got the bottom of the zone for a strike. It's 3-2. The thing about the trade with the Rangers and Mets is the 3-2 pitch from Elder winds up and lets it go. Swung on, and that ball is hit hard on the ground, but this time right to Arcia. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout for out number 1. Very reminiscent of the first base hit that he had, but this one was at Arcia and not far to his right. Also notice this time Riley was not playing in at third. He was playing back. So it really closed up that hole. That'll bring William Contreras to the plate. Contreras, the former Brave, is 1 for 2. I'd like to know, I haven't had time to look over there, but if someone can find out how much the Mets are paying of that salary. First pitch is swung on and grounded hard over to the second base side, and this time Ozzy will make the play, and it's a 4-3 putout. 2 up, 2 down, and so far so good. Heck, we get this thing rolling. He might throw a complete game here if we can get some really quick outs, which would be outstanding. Pittsburgh has jumped all over Philadelphia 7-4 in the 5th. Bryce Harper has a scowl on his face in other news. The first pitch on the way from Elder is down below the knees for a ball to Santana. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Elder quickly back to work, lets it go, swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and it's 3 up, 3 down. We're at 72 pitches, and we're already through 6. Let's go, Braves country.
I'll take 1 terrible beer filled up way too high so I spill most of it, and a too long hot dog on a too short bun. And do you have mustard and relish?
Yeah, it's right there between the entrance and the exit to the bathroom.
Perfect. And can I get a bag of unsalted peanuts? You know, something I would never eat anywhere else in the world?
Sure, here you go.
Great. I can't wait to have diarrhea in the stall with no door while 20 guys wait for me to finish.
When we make what the men make and get the crowds that the men draw, then we should get paid the same. Literally, the men fund our leagues and we will still whine that we don't get paid enough. And honestly, it makes all of us look bad because instead of being thankful for the league that we have, we go out and whine and complain about the pay. I don't hear the men whining about OnlyFans models getting paid more than them. I don't hear the men whining about models getting paid more than them. Kendall Jenner is the highest paid supermodel. Where are the male supermodels? But whenever men dominate in an industry, women will just complain. Yes, let's not live in this delusion.
If it changes, I don't see why equality should be the only ambition for the women. If it turns out that in some sport women get more viewers watching and therefore draw more revenue, I'm all for them getting more money than the men.
Can you name 5 WNBA players? 5 female soccer players?
I mean, I can't name any.
Support
WNBA,
from the feminists.
I don't
we
know.
would get equal pay if we would just get the support from the feminists.
Well, let me tell you.
Name 5.
Let me tell you.
I don't even know what the WNBA is.
We need our support.
Armchair.
It was an even bet that Babe would either catch it or get killed by it. His general practice was to run up when the ball was hit and then turn and run back and then circle about uncertainly. All this time the ball was descending, the spectators were petrified with fear, and Mr. Herman was chewing gum, unconcerned. At the proper moment, he stuck out his glove. If he found the ball there, he was greatly surprised and very happy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead this one 9-1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Braves 9 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Milwaukee 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. Bryce Elder has pitched a gem so far. They've been all over Julio Teheran. Got him early and often, but they left him in. Trevor McGill, if you remember him from the New York Metropolitans, he is in. The right-hander goes to work, and the first pitch on the way to Arcia swung on and fouled out of play. It's 0-1. McGill, righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball's getting it laced into left center field, getting down. Going around first base is Arcia. He'll put on the brakes. As Christian Yelich really jumped on that pitch quickly and cut it off. So Arcia leads the 6 off here with a long single. And the Braves keep it rolling. Thank you, Ryan. Here in the bottom of the 6th. Michael Harris is second. Comes to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Harris is swung on and fouled out of play. It's 0-1. Michael Harris, the second, batting .273. Remember, it hasn't been that long ago. He was batting about 160, and we were all concerned about him. He has been on fire recently. The 0-1 to Harris. They let it fly, swung on, and that ball is going to get dribbled against the defense out into left field. Arcia doesn't have the best speed. It's going to keep it to second base. So we've got runners on first and second, nobody out. Harris got to first base and did a little slap five and a laugh with EY. So I'm sure he was laughing at the way he got on base. But hey, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hit it against the defense. They were playing him in a pull, and he chopped it down the third base line, a two-hopper, and it rolled into left field. So 2 on, nobody out. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. First pitch to Acuna is a swing and a miss strike. On the outer edge, it's 0-1. Along those who are listening and watching us on Braves Country HD, we'd like to welcome in all the listeners on the 6 different networks on Armchair Quarterback Radio and the CBS affiliates around the country. Braves lead at 9-1. Bottom of the 6th inning, the 0-1 pitch. Misses high and out of the zone. 100 miles an hour, it's 1-1. If you want to catch Braves Country Baseball on a daily basis, go to youtube.com Braves Country HD or youtube.com/@Braves Country. The 1-1 pitch from McGill to Acuna is way off the plate, wide 2-1. That one, Carantini had to backhand and almost let that thing get all the way to the backstop. So 2 on, nobody out. The pitch on the way inside. Misses high. Close shave for Acuna, and it's 3-1. Soft pitch. I don't think there was any intent there. Of course, I'm sure the first thing that goes through his head is an ex-Met is throwing at me. It's 3-1 is the count. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. And the pitch on the way. Swung on a high chopper. Bounced over the mound towards second. And they're going to step on the bag. Fire it over to first. It's going to be a quick 4-3 put out. On the play, Arcia is going to make it down to third. And there's 2 away. I think he was trying to send that where it came from and go with it, and he just got over the top of it. So 2 down, runner on third, Ozzy to the plate. Ozzy Albies takes a hack at the first pitch, 97 miles an hour, right down the pipe. And it's 0-1. Atlanta Braves. Double check here, but I don't believe, unless they mentioned it just before the game started, I don't believe that they have announced. They're probably going to wait till tonight to make a move. So when they do that, they have to wait. Yeah, the Braves have not officially announced a starter for tomorrow. There's a lot of, the 0-1 pitch way high and out of the zone. 1-1. That ball almost got to the backstop, and if it did, Arcia probably scores. There's a lot of debate on who it could be. Possibly could be the SSAJ. The 1-1 to Ozzy. High and out of the zone. Ball 2-1. But the way this game is going, the Braves may opt for a bullpen game. I hate those. And I hate to even mention a bullpen game. But if Elder goes out there and throws 8 or 9, the 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is hammered down the right field line. Is it fair? Foul into the corner. Young Braves fan makes a catch. She makes a barehanded grab. Pretty nice grab, to be honest with you. As it one hopped over the wall, just foul. There's not a lot of room down there. If you ever been down in that corner of that stadium, There might be a couple of those rocks sitting in my office. The 2-2 pitch swung on and popped up, foul back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. So runner on third, 2 out. Ozzy Albies, open stance, righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. The ball skips in the dirt, gets away, but Arcia will have to stay at third as the ball got away. It actually rolled towards third base. You'd have to do like a Deion Sanders Superman dive over the catcher to score on that one. So a full count to Ozzy. Here in the bottom of the 6th, 2 away. The pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up out of play. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. It is time to turn back time. We'll try to squeeze these in as we go along. A couple of pretty good ones today on the turn back time on this date in Major League Baseball history. The 3-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball is rifled down the right field line. Just foul again. Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for bad luck, you'd have no luck at all. We'll do it again, full count. On this date, 1908, the great Rube Waddell fanned 16 of his former teammates when the St. Louis Browns defeat the Philadelphia A's at Sportsman Park 5-4. During the offseason, a frustrated Connie Mack, owner-manager of Philadelphia, traded the talented but spirited hurler to St. Louis. And if you recall, that's one of the sound bites talking about that trade here on Braves Country. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 down the pipe. And that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash. It's 9-1.
Personal foul, 69, offense. He was giving them the business.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with him prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at .338. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's going to Parrish, is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
First game I went to, May 30th, 1956, Yankee Stadium. We drove from Long Beach, Long Island to the Bronx. Almost took 2 hours. And as we came up into the Bronx and Jerome Avenue, my dad said, there it is. And, I'd seen games before, but on TV. And there it was. And it ate up the Bronx. It was the biggest thing I had ever seen in my life. And it had that great roof, that green copper roof. And the breeze was just blowing all those pennants in the roof, just going like that, telling you which way the wind was blowing. And I had my glove and everything. And I sat in between third base and home plate, real close.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder is back out there. Inning number 7 and the first pitch on the way. Cruises right past Frelick for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Elder just misses off the plate wide. Slider, it's 1-1. Frelick 0 for 1. He does have an RBI. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded hard down the first base line, but foul. It's 1-2. On this date, 1983, due to a dislocated thumb suffered in a collision at home plate as the 1-2 pitch on the way. Inside, ball 2. An attempt to score in the first game of the Padres doubleheader against Atlanta. First baseman Steve Garvey's consecutive game streak comes to an end. The 2-2 pitch on the way, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. His consecutive game streak will end in the nightcap at 1,207 games. At the time, the span is the third longest in MLB history without missing a game, and that's in 83. The 2-2 pitch, kicks and fire, swung on and hit high and deep, but not deep enough into center field. Making the catch, cruising over, making the play is Michael Harris II for a long first out. And on this date in 1986, one of my favorite managers of all time, Sparky Anderson, the first manager to win the World Series in each league with the Tigers and the Reds, also becomes the first to win 600 games in both the National and American League. First pitch on the way from Elder to Adames is called for a wide strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. When Detroit beats the Brewers 9-5, the 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul towards the third base dugout, bangs off the pole over there. It's 0-2. The future Hall of Fame skipper finishes with 2,194 wins. As the 0-2 pitch on the way just misses. Did he go around? He did not. 1-2. A .545 winning percentage during his 26 years with the Reds and Tigers, capturing 5 pennants and 3 World Series championships. And that's your turn back time. The 1-2 pitch. Inside, 2-2. The 2-2 your count. Bryce Elder's going to step off the mound for a second. Regroup. Elder is sitting at 82 pitches. He's got a 2-2 count on Adames, the number 5 hitter. The 2-2 pitch. Got him, strike 3. Called a high strike as he's had a really high strike zone all night long. Adames doesn't like it, but in a 9-1 game, he's not going to make a big beef, and there's 2 away. Bryce Elder, that's his 3rd strikeout of the night. He's not a big strikeout pitcher, but been one of our best. 3.19 ERA now on the year. First pitch on the way to the third baseman, Andrew Monasterio, is swung on and foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and fouls that out of play. It's 0-2. Andrew Monasterio spells his first name just like Andrew Jones with the U and not the E. He is from Venezuela, not Curacao like Jones. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, grounded over to short. In front of it is Arcia. He'll scoop it and make the play. It's a 6-3 putout. 3 up, 3 down. Bryce Elder is dealing in Atlanta.
What did you do?
I gave him a new look. It's cute, huh?
Yeah, it's cute. That's the problem. I don't need other girls to see him walking around like sex on a stick.
She's right.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball game. We out to the find me something up right down. I don't care if I ever get back on the root for
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley digs in. Tyler McGill back out there, fires the first pitch, 96 miles an hour, up high for a ball. It's 1-0. Get you started on the birthdays this inning. Here in Braves Country, the 1-0 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. If you remember Tommy Gregg, the infielder for the Atlanta Braves, 89 to 92. Tommy Gregg turned 60 years old today. Happy birthday. The 2-0 pitch, 97 out of the zone, but called it high. 2-1. 2-1 pitch to Riley. It's McGill. Goes back to work. The wind up the pitch. Swing and pops it up high. Should be a can of corn over to first. And making the play is Santana. And there's one away. That's one of those outs where he felt like he had to swing at it because of the terrible strike zone by home plate umpire Lance Barrett. He infamously has a large strike zone. It's like he's double parked. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson is 1 for 3. He takes a swing at the first pitch and it fouls it out of play. It's 0-1. If you remember Luis Alicea, now he had a brother in the Braves organization, but Luis Alicea played for Boston, St. Louis, Texas, Kansas City. The infielder played his college ball at Florida State. He is 58 years old today. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing and a strike. It's 0-2. If you remember Chad Billingsley, starting pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers for quite some time, and reliever, he's 39. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away, it's 1-2. And the great Ken Burns, American director of many documentaries, he turned 70 years old today. And that's your birthdays. The 1-2 pitch to Olson misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. Warming up in the pen, newly acquired Taylor Hearn, the left-hander. The 2-2 pitch to Olson is fouled down the line, out of play. Do it again at 2-2. So we'll see if they let Elder go back out there for another inning, but they may go to Hearn. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, they've got a shootout going at 7-5 Pittsburgh. The 2-2 pitch. 98 misses up top. 3-2. I believe I saw fifth inning, but I could be wrong on that one. It's not that far along. High scoring game, and looks like Pittsburgh's pitcher just got ran out of there. The bases are loaded. So you got 3-2 pitch to Matt Olson. Braves lead at 9-1. Wind up on the way. Check swing strike. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. Strike 3. Olson got about halfway down to first before he realized he was rung up. I think that was more of wishful thinking. It looked like he did offer at it. There's 2 down here in the 7th. So 2 down, and Travis d'Arnaud, who's hit 3 balls hard but has yet to get a base hit. He does have an RBI. First pitch on the way, misses at the top of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Travis, righty-righty matchup. McGill lets it fly. Outside wide, 2-0. It's been calling a big strike zone, but primarily it's been north and south, and primarily north. It hasn't been a lot of east and west action. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and that ball's lifted high and deep, going back off the wall. Here comes Travis d'Arnaud, a head first slide, and it's a 2-out double. Put him on the board. Travis gets his base hit. And the Braves lead it 9-1 with run number 10 standing at second and 2 away. So Pick to Click finally got a base hit. Like I said, he's hit every single ball hard tonight. That one, they couldn't run over there and grab from him. If you're just joining us, in the first inning, he smoked a ball that Sal Frelick, the right fielder for the Brewers, made a diving catch, face first dive into the warning track. First pitch on the way to Marcel Ozuna is a fastball right there on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Marcel Ozuna, 2 for 3, a double, a home run. The 0-1 pitch misses, down and away. It's 1-1. Ozuna, 20 home runs on the year now, 46 RBI. 765 OPS. The 1-1 pitch. Kicks and deals right there for a strike. Teardrop at the knees. And it's 1-2. Marcel Ozuna stepped out of the batter's box after calling timeout, and he is smacking himself on the head. And I think what he's thinking is, man, I should have walloped that one. That was sitting right there on a plate. I think he was sitting on the hard stuff and got the soft cheese. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. Over the wall. He'll take the grand tour. Hold everything, baby. That Whoppers made it 11-1. A 10-run lead for your Atlanta Braves here on Saturday Night Baseball. 374 happy feet over the wall. He absolutely scorched that one. Him and Travis d'Arnaud getting a big laugh at home plate. And he was kicking himself for not swinging at the off speed. Instead, he guessed right, because I think he was thinking the same thing I was thinking, that he wasn't going to see that changeup 2 times in a row. He went with the fastball on the outer edge and just drove it over the wall. First pitch on the way to Rosario is there for a strike. It's 0-1. Eddie Rosario, 1 for 3. He's got a home run. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed into the dirt, corkscrewed himself into the ground like Yosemite Sam, and it's 0-2. Rosario, 2-run home run to his credit as well. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 pitches, none of them near the zone, and he's put away. But not before your Atlanta Braves put another couple runs on the board. It's 11-1 in Hotlanta.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spaulding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spaulding on it in big black letters. And for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves 11, Milwaukee 1, 15 hits for your Atlanta Braves. And that'll be it for Bryce Elders. The first pitch on the way from Taylor Hearn came over in the trade earlier in the week. He's got a 10.29 ERA. Only 7 innings pitched this year, though. 7 strikeouts in 7 innings. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Taylor Hearn, left-handed reliever. The 0-1 pitch. Wide strike called right there. We'll take it. 96 on the block. It's 0-2. Taylor Hearn came over from a trade from the Texas Rangers. As the 0-2 pitch is inside, it's 1-2. He is from Royce City, Texas. 28 years old. Was a 5th-round draft pick by the Nationals in 2015. The 1-2 pitch swung on and sawed off foul out of play. It's 1-2. Righty-lefty matchup as Caratini has turned around the switch-hitting catcher. Hearn, in his career, has a 5.11 ERA. Went to college as the 1-2 pitch inside, 97 misses. It's 2-2. Went to college at Oklahoma Baptist. 6'6", 230 pounds. So he's trying to hold on to the job in the pen. The 2-2 pitch misses outside wide, 3-2. The big lead like this, Atlanta gets a chance to see guys like this before they got to make some tough decisions the next few days. See if he sticks around. Him along with Chirinos, I have a feeling, is the 3-2 pitch down below the knees, misses. He walks the leadoff batter here in the top of the 8th. The Braves can make a couple more additions. Taylor Hearn, I believe, has some options left, so they could send him back down. And you got to remember something else, too, when you're talking about these trades that the Braves make right before the deadline is the first pitch on the way to the left-handed Terang. Misses way outside for a ball. It's 1-0. No longer do we have the waiver deadline at the end of August in Major League Baseball. The 1-0 pitch, lefty-lefty matchup, misses away again, 2-0. So every move that you make by 6 p.m. on Tuesday, that's it. That is it. The team you have is the team you have, unless you can find someone off the scrap heap that's been released or whatnot, but you can no longer do the waiver deadline. Travis d'Arnaud's out there talking to Hearn to try to calm him down. Back behind the plate, the 2-0 pitch misses. No, they're going to call that inside pitch for a strike. We'll take it. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Taylor. Off the plate, wide, 3-1. He really has not been anywhere near the zone. But these are arms that they went out and got to hopefully bolster the depth in case there's injuries or anything like that. And also to give guys break in September is a 3-1 pitch, inside ball 4. So he walks the first 2 batters that he faces. I'm sure he's a little nervous out there making his debut in front of the Atlanta crowd, but so runners on first and second, nobody out. The number 9 hitter, Weimer, comes to plate. He's 0 for 2. First pitch is right there at the knees for a strike, 97. It's 0-1. He's got some hard stuff. He doesn't have a ton of movement, but pretty good stuff that if you need to bring him in against a lefty. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. (11-1) your score. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Top of the 8th inning, the 0-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Downstairs, 1-2. So once again, these moves that the Braves made with the trade, I was up in Boston when these trades were made. I was talking to Braves fans, and they were basically asking, is this all we're doing? It was the beginning. The 1-2 pitch goes in the dirt, rolls to the back. Did think they're saying, no, never mind. I thought they were checking to see if he went around. He did not. So the ball rolls to the backstop. The runners move up 90 feet. It got underneath the legs of d'Arnaud and rolled slowly to the back of the wall. So you got 2 on, nobody out, runners on second and third. A 2-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is hammered into left field. Down for a base hit, a run will score. They'll play station to station, down 10 runs. And it's now 11-2 with nobody out and runners on the corners. Hanging breaking pitch, nowhere near the zone, and he just absolutely hammered it. So a lot of these moves, along with Hearn, Chirinos, as Krantz is going to go out there and talk to him, these are not guys that we're expecting to be, or I'm not expecting to be on the roster come Wednesday morning. But he's a veteran that you can lean on down the stretch if there's an injury. Or remember, in September, you can expand your roster to 28 men each day. You'll pull up 40, but 12 will be on a practice squad. Taxi squad. And so that's where you'll probably see Hearn reappear as well. So runners on the corners, nobody out. Hearn goes back to work. The first pitch is 97 up top. For a strike, it's 0-1. You got to figure Krantz said something like, man, you got a 9-run lead. Just let it rip. Don't worry about if you give up a base hit. Let your defense help you. The 0-1 pitch. Way outside wide. 2-0. Runners on the corners, nobody out. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Slapped it up against the screen behind him. Pittsburgh leads Philadelphia 7-5. That game is just in the 7th inning. They just started the 7th. And they just struck out Bryce Harper. Whoever that was on the mound, let's go make a trade for him. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Jam shot. Will it stay in play? It should. Drifting back behind the first base bag is Matt Olson. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. So the first out recorded by Hearn here in Truist Park. Sure, he's got a lot of nerves, but he has been in the league quite some time. But it appears the only team he's ever played for is the Texas Rangers, so in the bigs. William Contreras will come to the plate. 1 for 3. Power hitting backstop. Digs in and takes a mighty hack at the first pitch, but fouls it over the first base dugout. It's 0-1. Contreras 1 for 3 with a double in the 4th. Now, this is a guy you do not want to lay one in on. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 97 up top. It's 0-2. 97 right there in his kitchen. If he can place a pitch like that, that's going to be hard to hit. But as we know with all these major league pitchers, it's all about repetition. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back on the track, making a leap at the wall. It is over the wall. And Taylor Hearn is getting blasted here in his debut in Atlanta. And it's now 11-5. And the Braves still have to get 5 more outs. 394 feet over the wall. An 0-2 pitch that he just kind of laid in there. Once again, his speed is there, but his control is not. And a guy with a 5.11 ERA lifetime, you got to figure that's probably par for the course. It's had an ERA of well over 7 coming into tonight for this year. That'll do it for Taylor. We'll head to the break. They're going to the pen. We'll be back in a flash.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Hall of Famer Larry Walker was a big fan of the number 3. He wore the number 33 for his entire career. His first contract with the Expos was $3 million, and the most stolen bases he had in a season was 33. He also got married on November 3rd at 3:33 p.m. His career batting average with the Rockies was .333, and he was the 333rd member of the Hall of Fame.
The final weeks of the 1908 National League season saw a fierce struggle between the Chicago Cubs and their arch rivals, the New York Giants. With the pennant on the line, they met at the Polo Grounds on September 23rd. In the bottom of the 9th, there were 2 outs and 2 men on for the Giants, with the score tied 1-1. Giant pinch hitter Moose McCormick was on third, representing the winning run. Fred Merkle was the runner on first. Al Bridwell, the Giant shortstop, was up to bat. He lined the very first pitch past Cub second baseman Johnny Evers into center field for a clean single. Moose McCormick lumbered home. The Giants had won the game and most likely the pennant.
Trying to explain the Merkle boner in 25 words or less is like trying to explain relativity to kindergartners. It's a force out, and under the rules of baseball, and this had happened in a game umpired by the same umpire 3 weeks earlier, so Evers knew where he stood. Under the rules of baseball, the play was not completed so long as there was a force out possible, and when the force out concluded, the run that scored didn't count. It ended up determining who won the pennant that year. It also ended up leaving poor Fred Merkle with this eponym created to embarrass and humiliate him and his ghostly presence even to this day.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. So Isabel Hernandez comes into the game to relieve Taylor Hearn. Hernandez, the first pitch on the way, inside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Hernandez, right-hander, 1-0 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. In the dirt, it's 1-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Curveball in the dirt. Hernandez, 26 years old. Made his debut a few nights ago. The 1-2 pitch. Inside, 97 miles an hour. 2-2. Hernandez from Cuba, 26 years old, 220, 5'10". The 2-2 misses, 3-2. So a 3-2 count on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play by Santana. You had a full count to Santana. On deck is Frelick. Last thing we want to see is a runner on base when he comes to the plate. The 3-2 pitch, inside, ball 4. So Hernandez loses the first pitcher. He loses the first batter he sees. And that's a good way to get a team back into a game as the merry-go-round continues. The free passes. That'll bring Frelick to the plate. He's 0 for 2. First pitch on the way is well inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and fouls it out of play. 96. Bottom of the zone inside. It's 1-1. Frelick came in on July 23rd against Milwaukee as the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Up top, it's 1-2. Pitched a clean inning there. He did give up a hit, but no runs, 3 strikeouts. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled off the instep of Frelick. He'll limp around the batter's box, regain his composure. Then he came in against Boston on Tuesday and gave up 2 earned runs. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. We haven't had a lot of strikeouts tonight. Good bending, breaking pitch down near the ankles. And it's the second out of the inning. First pitch on the way to Willie Adames is fouled down the right field line, out of play. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, talked about it earlier, looks like A.J. Minter will probably be brought back on Monday. The 0-1 pitch, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Fastball, 97 on the black. A.J. was in his second rehab game last night. Pretty good effort. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 0-2. Really just get those guys to get the rust off at that point. And so they'll give them a day of rest or whatnot and then bring them back most likely on Monday. It could be Tuesday because of the deadline. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted into left center field. Cutting it off is Rosario. Santana will go first to third, so we'll have runners on the corners for Milwaukee and 2 away. Good piece of hitting there for Adames. It's been slumping a little bit. They put him in the 5-hole. Traditionally, he hits second or third for the Brewers. So now you got runners on the corners and 2 outs, and 1 swing of the bat could cut this lead in half. First pitch on the way is 97 just off the paint, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees, but called low for a ball, 2-0. So for an umpire who's had a wide strike zone all night long, up and down, he's now pinching Hernandez. The 2-0 pitch swung on him. That ball is drilled deep into right field at the warning track. Making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr., and that will thankfully get out of this inning. But not before the Brewers put 4 on the board. It's 11-5 going to the bottom of the 5th.
Men don't voice their feelings because half the time they end up upsetting their woman when they do. And then they have to console her about how his feelings made her feel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
It's a game where the emphasis during the course of it is put on a single individual. Fly ball goes out towards the left fielder, and he has this moment of what's going to happen. Fred Snodgrass, who was one of the great players for the Giants back in the old days, I think it was in 1912, he missed a fly ball which lost the Giants the World Series. When he died, this enormously successful man at the age of 83 or something like that, a banker in California, whatever, Fred Snodgrass dies, muffed fly ball in 1912. I mean, this, and despite his success, despite his joys or grandchildren and so forth, there was this one stigma that was attached to him for the rest of his life. So it does indeed have to do with you better catch that fly ball out in left field, or you're marked forever.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Abner Uribe comes in for the Milwaukee Brewers. Uribe, 6'3", 225 out of the Dominican Republic. 159 ERA, 5 2/3 innings pitched so far, 8 strikeouts. And it'll be a righty-righty matchup as Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Orlando takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Uribe, just 23 years old. The righty rookie lets it go. Off the plate wide, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Just below the knees. 3-0. So once again, home plate umpire Lance Barrett has had a very big strike zone all night long, and then the last inning or so, it's gotten very small. The 3-0 pitch, well, spoke too quickly. That one looked like it drifted inside, but he'll call that one a strike. It's 3-1. 3-1 count to Orlando. Righty-righty matchup. They set up down low. The windup from Uribe. Swing! And that ball is blasted high and deep. On the track. Off the wall. Is it over the wall? They're saying it's staying in the park. Bouncing off the wall. Here comes Orlando Arcia, and he runs about as slow as molasses and is going to be dead meat at third base. I don't know what made him think he could get a triple. I think we are going to check to see if that ball is technically a home run. Trying to look at the replay. It looks like it hit the top of the wall. And though it varies from park to park, Trying to see a slowed down version of it. It varies from park to park, but the top of the wall at Truist Park, they are going to confirm here. Hold on 1 second. They're having a powwow. It's either a home run or he's gunned down, and they're going to call it a home run. They're going to say it's a home run, saying that they think it hit the grass. I'm sure there's going to be a challenge. If you're Milwaukee, why not? So as of right now, it's a solo shot by Arcia, not getting gunned down at third. They're showing the replay in Milwaukee. I don't know if it hit the grass or not. But I think what they're saying is that they're going to, you know what? I'm going to let them figure that one out. They're going to converse up in New York about it. It's hard for me to see from my vantage point because one of the cameras they keep showing, they'll slow it down and it blurs. If the call stands, it'll be 12-5 Atlanta. If not, Orlando Arcia will be thrown out and it'll be a double with one away. I know Atlanta was up 11-5, but they never should have sent him running around heading for third. He's one of the slower running shortstops, if not the slowest running shortstop in the league. He hustles, and I love the hustle, but he's not fast by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if he would win a foot race with Matt Olson. He's that slow because at least Matt Olson's got those long legs. I think downhill Matt Olson would win that race because he would just get going. So they continue to check the replay. We'll have to see what they call it. It's a little hard to believe there's not a some sort of a camera on the other angle. Here comes the call. And they're going to say that he is out. So it did hit the top of the wall. I thought that's what it was because in Atlanta, the top of the wall, although some places are different, the top of the wall is not a home run. It's up to each individual park, but the top of the wall, that yellow mark is just a separation. And I guess they thought maybe it hit the grass behind it. So if it does hit the grass behind it, no matter if it ricochets back in, then obviously it would be a home run. But it didn't look like it did. And he got gunned down by, he was, for those of y'all who are listening on radio, he was out by a country mile. So that'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. After all that, it's just a loud, long out. First pitch is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves still lead at 11-5, bottom of the eighth. This game was cruising along, and now the 1-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. Harris is 1 for 2. A sac bunt single. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? It will not. Bounces off the dugout over third base side, and it's 1-2. Harris dropped down a sac bunt. He also has a single credited to him tonight. He's got his average up to 276 now. From my recollection, it's about 111 points up from where it was in late May. The 1-2 pitch, well inside, 2-2. He was right around that 165 mark when he started to take off. The 1-2 to Harris. Righty-lefty matchup, or 2-2 to Harris. Righty-lefty matchup, swung on, bounced back up the middle. Adames has it, fires it over to first, and he'll get Harris by about a step. It's a 6-3 putout, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Acuna steps up, and the first pitch is well inside 100 miles an hour. First time that Uribe has hit triple digits, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 to Acuna. If you're just joining us, 3 for 4 with a home run, a stolen base. He got number 50 tonight. The 1-0 pitch, did he go around? He did not. 2-0, breaking pitch that missed. 2-0 to Acuna. Uribe brings it. Misses high and out of the zone, 3-0. So with 2 singles, a home run, 2 run scores, a stolen base, Acuna now digs in on a 3-0 count. The wind up the pitch. Takes it all the way 98 miles an hour right down the pipe. It's 3-1. I am a little surprised that with a 6-run lead, he didn't try to wallop that one. The 3-1 pitch lets it go. In the dirt, ball 4. So Acuna spit on a pitch that I'm pretty sure he could have sailed into orbit. Instead, he will draw the walk. With 2 away, that'll bring Ozzy Albies to the plate. He may decide to go on this one as well. Used to be an unwritten rule that you didn't steal up this late, up this big, but those rules are long gone. The first pitch on the way to Ozzy is swung on, and that ball's going to get rifled into right field, down for a base hit, and Acuna is making the turn at second. Here comes the head first slide, and he gets gunned down at third. So if that play stands, the Atlanta Braves get gunned down twice at third, and this one is the golden rule. You don't want to be the third out at third base. We'll be back in a flash.
He doesn't know when he's being mean because the part of his brain that should know is getting a wedgie from the rest of his brain.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coat. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Sale to a major league team seemed only weeks away, a sure sign of the success with which he hoped to win his father's favor. Then Cobb got a telegram. His father was dead, shotgunned. Cobb's own mother had shot him. Her husband thought she was having an affair, and when he tried to slip into her bedroom window at night to trap her with her lover, she shot him twice. Later, she said, she had mistaken him for a prowler. My father had his head blown off when I was 18 years old by a member of my own family, Cobb told a writer when he was an old man. I didn't get over that. I've never gotten over it. 3 weeks after his father was killed, on August 30th, 1905, Ty Cobb played his first game for the Detroit Tigers.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 11-5. 6 runs in the first for the Braves, followed by 2 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, and 2 in the seventh. Milwaukee scored a run in the fourth and then did all the rest of their scoring in the top of the eighth off Taylor Hearn, who came in, basically could not find the zone until it went over the fence. William Contreras hit the home run for Milwaukee. First pitch on from the new pitcher, Michael Tompkins, into the game. It's right there, first strike. It's 0-1. So I guess the Braves are done fooling around. They went to the pen with a guy they figured they could trust. Other highlights of the game, if you're just joining us. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Over the top, it's 0-2. Time is called. Carantini. Thank you, Ryan. Time is called, and we'll back to work. The 0-2 pitch. In the dirt. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way inside. 2-2. Thanks for the heads up there, Tim. I didn't realize it was frozen. We do apologize. The 2-2 pitch to Caratini. Righty-lefty matchup. Lets it fly. Swung on and bang foul down the right field towards the right field line. Over up against the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. We should find out fairly shortly after the game who the Braves are going to pitch tomorrow night. Or tomorrow morning, excuse me. Or I can't get any right. Tomorrow afternoon, 1:35 first pitch. The 2-2 pitch. Just clipped the top of the outside part of the zone. Called strike 3, and there's one away. You know, as wide as his zone has been, he was not going to get the benefit of the doubt on that one. 6-run lead here in the 9th inning. If I was to guess, I'd say it could be Shawver, but I'm through guessing that stuff. I do know who it won't be. Is the first pitch on the way from Tonkin is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Max Fried pitched tonight. Michael Soroka pitched last night. And Winans has not been down long enough unless they fake an injury. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled away. It's 0-2. Now, if they put someone on the IL, they could bring Winans back, but as of right now, that's the only way they could do it. The 0-2 pitch. Tonkin looks in. Lets it go. Down below the knees, it's 1-2. Home runs tonight for your Atlanta Braves. Acuna had 1, Ozuna 2, and Rosario 1. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it out of play. 95. Tried to blow it right by him. Do it again at 1-2. So 4 home runs for the Atlanta Braves. Balls were absolutely scalded in the first inning. The 1-2 pitch. This is out of the zone, 2-2. The 2-2. Tonkin leans in and lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And the Braves are 1 out away from winning this series. They'll have a chance to possibly get the sweep tomorrow. Rhea is on the mound for the Brewers tomorrow. If you haven't seen him pitch, he's solid, but he's not someone that the Braves won't be able to score on. So the Braves should be able to put some runs up even on a day game. That'll bring the number 9 hitter Weimer to the plate. He takes the first pitch right there for a strike. On the outer edge, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, 1-1. Braves 11, Brewers 5. 2 outs, a 1-1 count. The wind up, the pitch. Swing back up the middle, right to Ozzy Albies. Ozzy has it. He fires over it to first, and it is a 6-3 putout to end the game. Your Atlanta Braves 11, Milwaukee Brewers 5. There's some kind of an argument. Are they saying that? All right, well, I thought the game was over, but let's see what's going on here. Tonkin is outside, is off the mound arguing with the umpire, trying to figure out what it is that the argument is about. Was it? Okay, the game is over. I don't know what that argument was about. The only thing I can think of is possibly he was arguing about a previous call. We'll have to see what that's about, because I'm checking all the different outlets and they don't know what the discussion is about. But there's something. I'm sure if Snicker will be asked about it. We'll let you know. So that wasn't a false alarm. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 11-5. We get the dub, win the series, and we'll be going for the sweep tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll have the chat up. We'll be back pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. Next week, all 6 games right here on Braves Country HD. Pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. We'll have the Angels on Monday night, the Angels on Tuesday night, the trading deadline on Tuesday night. We'll have the Angels Wednesday afternoon. And then we head to the Windy City for 3 games in Chicago, all 2/21st pitch of your Atlanta Braves versus the Chicago Cubs. Should be a fun week in Braves country. Should be a fun next 72 hours, as we should find out that the Braves will have acquired something here at the deadline, whether it's what everybody wants or not. I would caution folks to say, don't think that they're going to go out and get Ohtani or anything crazy like that, but I do think that they will make some kind of a move for not just the pen. See what the final, see, the reliever, the final numbers on the poll. I'm never sure if y'all can see the poll numbers or not. I'll go ahead and read them to you. The final numbers on the poll are about split. Everybody wants either a right-hander or left-hander reliever or a starting pitcher, 27, 26, and 26%, and a left field bat at 18%. So basically, we got nothing accomplished on that poll. Y'all have a great night, Braves country, and we will see you tomorrow. We'll have the chat up, like I said. Something changes, I might be able to do some play-by-play, but as of right now, we're not going to be able to do it, but we will have the chat up. And, of course, Monday, 3 to 5, we go live Monday through Friday. We'll have the shows as well. And the big topic this week, obviously, would be the trading deadline. Braves win a final of 11-5. And Atlanta will improve to 66-36 on the season. Milwaukee, 57-38. The game itself, 43,276. So about a little over 2,500 more than what Truist Park holds. Game time was about 2 hours and 36 minutes. And your Atlanta Braves will move to 11.5 in front of Miami. Depending on what happens in Pittsburgh, we could move 11 in front of Philadelphia. And as far as the rest of Major League Baseball goes, before we jump off, we'll give you the scores on that real quick. The Pirates, by the way, lead Philadelphia 7-6 going to the ninth, so we might gain a game on them. we should gain a game on Baltimore and have a 4-game lead for the best record in baseball as the Yankees lead them 8-3. And unless the Tampa Bay Rays score 2 touchdowns to get a 2-point conversion, we'll gain a game on them as well. They are getting beat 17-3 in the bottom of the 8th by the Astros. And as far as the other teams that are hanging around, we beat Milwaukee. Houston will win. And the Dodgers just got underway. They lead the Reds 2-0. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. Braves win. Not quite a laugher as he coughed up a few in the 8th, but 11-5. Great outing by Bryce Elder. We'll go ahead and give Marcel Ozuna the game ball. Unbelievable. He's been on a roll the last few nights. Let's hope we can keep it going. Have a great night, Braves country.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love. Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.